I have hit the go button. We are now live on twitch.tv/Snipe
Sniping
and
Wib.
Wib slash gone
Nope, you lost it.
sexual.
Yep,
No,
sure.
I fucking know.
Gone
I
sexual only happens when I'm here, apparently.
yeah. I mean, you say that. The first thing I saw when I opened up Twitter to post the social media thing to say that
Oh, no.
we're streaming is a big plushie of a banana slug, and those things are famously sexual. It's a very cute plushie. And since no one's in chat yet, I can just. This is just us chatting for the
Yeah,
moment.
I mean, this is what the stream's going to fucking be anyway.
Yeah,
so
so there you go. There's a banana slug. No one else can see it.
okay, that's kind of great.
Exactly.
Yeah,
See chat. You can't see
yeah,
it, but
yeah. Did you see that there's a plush of Badgie
I did not.
from War Days? Yeah.
Hey, sketches. I guess this is kind of low key a stream with funny heads.
I guess.
God, I should have changed out the two little icons at the bottom. I should have changed the branding to be men with funny heads branding.
Oh, that would have been good.
I mean, I could technically still do it. It would take me like 4 minutes to do, but you know.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, there isn't just a Badgie plush. There's two Badgie plushes. One's good and one's evil.
Good. The new episode, the first new episode of Lower Decks comes out today, I believe.
Tomorrow in the UK.
We live in a cold and unjust universe.
I agree. It's a time zone thing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Why does God need a spaceship? Oh, say what you want about that movie. I do like that scene where Kirk's like, "Excuse me."
Yeah.
There's such sass in that. It's like, oh yes, good.
Part of his delivery is pretty good. It's just so. What does God need with a starship? Okay. Very slowly getting around to doing things that I should have set up beforehand, but I didn't. But now I have. So now I can join the stream proper.
Good.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well out there in the land of chat. I realised that I didn't reset my my chair to not be leaning back, so I will bring it forward so that I can use a chair with proper support.
Come on in, everyone, and experience
Beige.
They actually got a character in Star Trek Online voiced by Gowron to say that.
Excellent. I'm also just going to put the music on now so we can get it all the
Oh
levels sorted out.
yeah. Experience beige.
We're going to listen to the FTL soundtrack because it's the closest thing that we can probably get away with putting in the background.
Yup.
Let us know if that is fine. Hopefully it doesn't drown anyone out.
I will await chat's response and keep an eye on it for you.
I mean,
That's my job.
Chat's too polite and they'll probably just say it's fine regardless.
Not wrong. Hello, Rosbot. Sounds good. Thank you, RNG. Sounds good. Thank you, Kian.
Excellent. So, yeah, what we're going to do today is we're going to be chatting about Star Trek. More specifically, we are going to be looking through some old magazines and some old rulebooks for Star Wars and Star Wars adjacent things. Star Trek. You literally cannot.
No, I totally get it. I do it as well.
Yeah, it's physically impossible to do any form of, like, content where you have to say Star Trek or Star Wars repeatedly without getting them mixed up in your head at least once.
Unless you're a fandom weirdo that is, like, tribal about it and gets angry.
Oh, yeah, because some people are like that and think that you can only like one or the other.
It's like, no.
and it's very, very strange to me. It's like
Finished watching Far Beyond the Stars and now feel very emotionally fragile. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I just remembered what episode that is.
oh, Far Beyond the Stars is one of my, I think, might be the best
Oh.
episode of Star Trek. I fucking love that episode. It's so good, so good. But yeah, actually, I was watching the first couple of episodes of Discovery season 4 earlier.
Yes.
Weird to watch now, having seen a few episodes of Strange New Worlds. We need to get back on watching the rest of that.
I was going to pester you this week, but I just thought, I'll give Webb time. He has things to do.
It's been a strange week. But yeah, it's a little weird to watch now because, without wanting to sound rude, because I do feel that Discovery improved wildly from season 1, which is ropey as fuck, until season 3, where I think actually gets pretty decent. But now we have Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks, and you have the Picard series kind of doing kind of doing the long form story arc character piece kind of thing. It does sort of feel like Discovery almost feels out of time. No pun intended.
In the weirdest way.
Because it feels very like a relic of the time when they didn't really know what to do with Star Trek. And now they've figured it out. So...
Okay, sorry. Lord Sino, that is awesome. And good job donating them to the library.
No, that's real cool. I've read some... the oldest sci-fi I've read is from, like, the 60s. Where I've read, like, Lovecraft and things like that. Yes. Reading pre-everything was... Pre-Star Wars, especially. Pre-Star Wars sci-fi is very interesting. You can definitely feel the influences of the big two of Star Wars and Star Trek on sci-fi. It very much changed once those things became the default, and everything's a little like that. And you can always tell something that doesn't really pull from those traditions because it feels a bit different. Which is why Dune feels different, because that comes from a different school entirely.
Different era, basically. We cannot underestimate how much stuff like Star Wars and Star Trek laid down tropes that have not been uprooted yet.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I guess actually the earliest non-Lovecraft sci-fi I've read would be...
oh god, Captain Brink?
Would be Captain Brink, and cause that's from the 30s. I forget the exact year, because it's been more than a month since I did a video on
Captain Brink of the Space Marines?
Yep.
Oh...
the only Asimov I've read is I have read I, Robot, which is an interesting book to read because you go, wow, they really did not base a single part of the movie on this book, did they?
Good.
It is not the same story. But yeah, very interesting. But yeah, Discovery feels a little out of time in that regard because it's still kind of doing the same thing it was doing, but it feels almost supplanted by Strange New Worlds, which kind of manages to take everything that kind of worked about it and everything that worked about old Trek and kind of intermingle them.
It balances the episodic and the serialized really well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the rest of the season gets, makes up for that and means that it is worthy of being its own thing. I'm not saying that it deserves to be cancelled or anything. Who gives a shit? More Star Trek is better than no Star Trek at the end of the day. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to see now. I think it's one of those series that's going to, as time goes on, probably stick out in the library as being a little bit of an odd duck.
Yeah.
Because it straddled a weird time, a bit like the first couple of the J.J. Abrams films. Like, they feel very weird in the lineup of Star Trek movies.
Yeah.
Not necessarily bad, but but Well, okay, maybe
Yes.
maybe bad in the case of the second
Let's
one.
not.
But
Let's not.
But yeah.
Come on.
Oh yes.
Oh, thank you for the bits there, Lynn, and hello. Oh shit, yeah, that'll do it, Lynn. Yeah, that'll that'll
Yep.
dry out your eyes. Yeah, Jesus.
Yep.
Um,
You silly bugger.
yeah. The Orville is
Pod
really
Lord. Strange New Worlds is only on Paramount Plus.
the Orville is on Disney Plus if you're in the UK.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. The Orville is genuinely worth watching, but it's maybe a bit rough in the first season for terrible Seth MacFarlane jokes. But you just have to...
terrible Seth MacFarlane reasons.
Yeah, you basically have to put up with like 3 real clunkers of jokes. Oh, thank you, Buff Grinch, for giving away a sub to Pixie Teeth. Thank you very much. Yeah, there'll be like a handful of real clunkers of jokes in the first season because those were like, from my understanding is that was the only way they could get it commissioned was to make it a Seth MacFarlane comedy. And then once everyone liked it, they were like, okay, now let's just make it Star Trek. And by the current season, which is subtitled New Horizons, it's on Hulu, I believe, in America. Is just Star Trek now. It's pretty good. Tried to look for it on Disney Plus, couldn't find it. I will say, if you're in the UK, it is on Disney Plus. It is, yeah. Maybe have you got like a VPN on that's spoofing your location to be somewhere else?
It could be due to pods being. There's some sort of weird Ireland split. I might do it.
I'm afraid I don't know where Podlord is from, so.
I cannot remember off the top of my head, but I can't remember.
Anyway, we should get onto the actual thing that we're going to do. What we are going to first look at is we are going to look at... Let me get... Boom! There we go. The ship recognition manual for the FASA Star Trek The Role-Playing Game. More specifically, the Federation one that has a lovely picture of the USS Reliant on the cover, which I approve of as a big fan of... Wait a minute.
What? Web?
Oh no, everything's fine. It's just the thing's off center. Why is it off center?
Is that just whatever PDF reader you're using being?
Okay, yeah. I figured it out. It's because there was a little thing on the side. Okay, centered. But yes, I'm a big fan of the Miranda. So yes.
Yep.
So we're going to go through and we are going to look at the ship designs.
Yes, everyone. I've continued the bit where I hate the Miranda. Don't worry.
Yeah, we are going to look through at some of the ships in this, and I've not fully been through this. I have looked at the first handful, and let's just say so. If you're into Star Trek in the modern day, it's easy to forget that there was a time when the only ship design, like Federation ship design, really was the Constitution. There was like little things you saw here and there, like there was the transport ships that I think you only saw...
They were in the animated series?
Yeah, they were
actually in...
They were in the animated series, and then they were put into the remastered versions of the original series. But it's a little, but those are merely transports, and they're not. If I remember rightly, they're not Starfleet ships. So
the Antares type, I can't remember if it is actually a Starfleet ship or not, or if it's just a general like hauler.
I think it's a general hauler that the Federation does use. I think was the actual thing. So there are ones of them that are just civilian owned. Is I think the thing for it.
Big Spock is canon.
Big Spock is canon. Big Spock is officially still canon because the lower decks. I'm just saying I'm not saying how, but the lower decks established that the events of that episode, the Infinite Vulcan, did indeed happen.
Yep.
And the lower decks is stated to be hard continuity.
Just.
I love the lower decks. It's great.
I bet they're just taking the piss with it rather than like being serious.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're going to look through this, and we are going to... what I want to see people do is I would like, when people see a new ship, I would like you to either, if you do not feel like doing this, you may elicit a single word, but if you could maybe throw in an emote that shows how you feel about this, because you'll see them all ping off at the side of the screen, so that could be fun.
Third season starts tomorrow in the UK and today in America, Turp. I know that much.
And yes, the Tom Paris collectible plates, well, just in general, the Starfleet commemorative plates are canon in the Star Trek universe, which is amazing. Anyway, let us look through this, and yes, as I say, let us know what you feel when you see these ship designs, because I think we might see some visceral responses here. So, okay.
Does that mean we have to stay straight faced the whole time and just let chat freak out until we see their reaction?
So this is published in 1983.
Yep.
Okay, here is a bunch of dice rolling stuff for nerds. Okay, first ship. The Beta type. Or Beta class, I suppose.
Yeah.
That is, I particularly like how it has a VHS player from 1983 strapped to the bottom of it.
As a secondary hull, yes.
Yeah, as a secondary hull. That's.
I'm waiting for Slow Painter to come charge, and then you start screaming at us for ripping the piss out of beta canon TMP ships. That's his territory.
You see, this is the stuff like the memory beta style stuff is where my memory kind of goes. I'm more of a
oh, we're both alpha canon. So
yeah, I'm on screen and occasionally game canon is what I know. I've read so few of the novels. But yeah, we've got a bunch of the different books.
Yeah, we might have a remastered version that's more new that has different ships, or a second edition that might be. We have stuff. Yeah, we have things to show you.
So it has a distinct hull number, which is interesting. Because that tells you.
Yes, because they had to give. They were doing basically reg numbers, I guess. NCCs.
Yeah. Which I see that, and all that tells me is that it was a very slim time period that these were made when you consider that the Miranda was made for about 100 years.
Or the Mirandas had such a good hull, they just kept reusing the scrapped ones.
I mean, enough of them got blown up during the Dominion War. I can't help but assume they were just pumping those out.
Yeah.
Thought I was going to know my way around this manual, and then the first ship is boom, slapped to my face. So that is 235 meters long. 32. Why did I read 5? Okay, right. Well, yeah, we just get like basic information about it. So yeah.
Does it say how much crew? No, it doesn't. Weird.
No, that is strange.
I would have expected crew complement to be there.
Yeah, that would make sense. Maybe it's later in the book. Weird that it has a cost. I mean, I understand because it's for a role-playing game, so they have to like work that in.
It's like Star Trek Online uses energy credits. And it's that means fucking nothing, but okay.
Okay, the next one, the Correct, which from the side looks like a shuttle, and from the top looks like, I want to say an Atari Jaguar.
Yes.
Very strange. Did the that one? I was about to say because the beta had a full on like refit Connie.
It's 35 meters long.
Also, this is basically a shuttle. This is
a
like
small explorer.
So this is basically in the same. This is like a big runabout, basically.
This is the OG runabout.
Yeah. Weird. Very steam runnery. I guess a little.
It's with the way the pylons go down like that. I instantly think Miranda. Not Miranda. Akira. Sorry.
God, the Akira's so good.
The Akira's.
It's a pity that they just didn't really it didn't really translate to being on screen much.
I agree.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we get more information. So the Beta class Scout. It has warp engines too.
Good, glad to hear it.
Deflectors type fish type deflectors, everybody.
And Fed type impulse engines.
It has 264 crew, so presumably
There we go.
this is in the same category as like the original Constitution, where it's stuffed full of people.
Scroll down for the correct, and then you can see.
Oh wait, no, we have law. We have law.
Oh fuck. Okay.
So the beta was created in the Alcor Landis Inc. on an Andorran shipyard. Sorry, because this is like the scan for it. It's a bit chopped.
Yeah.
It makes it a little bit weird to read. Named after the legendary Earth figure. Again, showing the powerful influence of the United Federation. Their powerful influence on the United Federation of Planets naming committee. I like that they decide to give. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Equipped with small civilians, is equipped with small civilian Starfleet vessels. The Beta class, however, normally has a small civilian research contingent aboard to carry out research. It's a vessel normally associated with the coveted Sagan Award for research.
Yeah,
so,
I just noticed that.
So this is basically a big
Human jack-off session. Yeah, that too.
Yeah. FSH stands for Flash. Yeah, it should be mentioned we have never played the game this comes from.
The piss a little bit.
So,
Hi, Slow.
Hey, Slow. It is.
I'm sorry, the phrase flying a bader, heard often around research facilities near the annual competition time, originates from these endeavours. Fucking what?
Okay, right, okay, sorry, everyone has to wait a second. Because... give me a second, I've got a little notepad here. Flying...
A bader.
Bader. Because... I need to integrate that into my day-to-day language, and I am writing that down because I'm going to sneak that into a fucking video and confuse everybody.
Okay, you ready to scroll down to the correct class?
Okay, so the reason this is weird is because it is a Vulcan exploration vessel, primarily.
Yeah, do you know what doesn't help, though? The fact that it looks like it's made out of chrome.
And just having the Constitution's nacelles, but a lot smaller, doesn't help. That really throws off your sense of scale as well.
Yeah, it really does.
Are you late? Jack, we have only been streaming for 22 minutes, so no.
You are totally fine. And we're just
totally fine.
shooting the shit anyway. Feel free to dip in and out. You're all good.
Strong Traveller vibes. Yeah, I get that. The artwork here is very Traveller.
Yes.
The Karech is a Vulcan-designed and built exploration vessel. It has 2 decks, similar in configuration to the Mission class. Oh, the Mission class. You know the Mission class.
Yeah, of course, the Mission class. Yeah.
You chat. You all know the Mission class.
Well, no, slow will.
One notable difference between this and other Federation vessels is of its type is its lack of weaponry. The ship does have good deflectors, but are therefore protection of the crew. Flying a beta sounds like a euphemism for taking a post-drink dump.
Yep.
You're not wrong, Cyborg. Thanks for the.
The correct is a California class. Or just keep reading.
The correct is used to explore areas not deemed important enough to warrant large vessels. Or as an
It's a California class.
Yeah, it's a California class. There we go.
Crew requirements 5 up to 10. It's 2 decks and it has 10 crew maximum.
Like, so this is bigger than a runabout, but you can fit like more than that in a runabout.
10 at the maximum in a runabout, but it's 1 deck and 2 rooms.
Yeah, exactly. And this has no passenger facilities. 2 decks, but everyone in it is a fucking misanthrope. Fucking hates everyone. There is an instigated, you have to be 5 feet away from me at all times.
You say that, Zatheo, but it says passenger facilities, none.
Yeah, no passengers allowed under any circumstances.
It's a ship for really fucking antisocial Vulcan.
The the Delaware class. It's just shit. The only things I know about Delaware come from Wayne's World, so I can't speak to the quality of Delaware. Anyway, let us move on to the next ship. So everyone, prepare your responses of emotes. We have
the Brenton.
That is a right Brenton as well, isn't it? Brenton is the right name. Oof. It looks like the prop on like a low quality sci-fi that would be like a scanner.
You know, honestly, this saucer section looks like a Mega Drive.
It's a little bit.
Or a Genesis, or Master System, whatever one had the kind of dome bit where the cartridge went in.
Oh, that was the Mega Drive, yeah.
Thank you, right.
/ Genesis.
Yeah.
The Mark 1 in particular. It's a very weird thing. It's just the extended... I think it would be a lot better if you didn't have the completely flat back here.
No.
That makes it very strange. Okay.
Okay, this is a quote-unquote normal size ship.
This is a normal size one. And the next one, so again, prepare your things.
The sunshine, everyone!
This is our sunshine. Our only sunshine.
Sorry, just Goth's reaction is spot on.
It makes us unhappy, regardless of the colour of the skies.
Yes. Now, once we scroll down a bit more, there will be like an art image of it rather than like these schematic ones. So brace yourselves.
Yeah, I do feel like this.
That is not a Starfleet D7. How dare you?
It. Much like the sunshine, I want to look away. Yeah, that's a weird ship. It does feel there is a bit of D7 about it, but in all the wrong ways. It almost feels like I don't know if you ever did this, but like when I used to do mods for Star Trek Armada, and I had a really
here we go.
I had a really primitive like 3D editor for messing around with the files, and you couldn't make new things. Well, you could, but it was so basic
it was more to edit models than anything.
Yeah, it was more for editing, and so you'd pull things along, and they'd just look wrong because you just pulled something along a vertex that it wasn't supposed to be pulled along. This is the kind of ships you'd make doing that.
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of texture editors.
It
like the flat panels.
It's like, oh, we made an estate version of a Reliant class. Not Reliant, fucking Miranda.
Yeah. Okay, the Brenton class. Oh,
there's something about the fact that it says Brenton in inverted commas makes it feel like it's actually called something else, but everyone just decided it was a right Brenton. So I think it's because I look at it and I think Breville, like sandwich toaster. So.
Yeah, I can see that. The Brenton was designed as a fill-in for the Enterprise / Constitution classes of cruisers.
How did that go for you?
Shut up. The Brenton is cheaper to build and cheaper to operate, having a much smaller crew. It has 378 people.
Yeah, none of them are the favourites.
No. Brenton was also designed for more combat than for research, although it does have some facilities on board. The Brenton was designed for the older style warp nacelles, but was changed during the construction when the newer design became standard use. The aft-firing torpedo launcher caused many an opponent to think twice before attacking them from the rear.
I mean, how would they know which end to attack it from? Like,
yeah. In fact, when the Brenton class first saw combat with the Klingons were allowed to approach from the rear. Oh, so many. The Klingons, seeing the perfect chance to attack, were annihilated at close range by these stupid, crippled Federation captains. This action has caused the Klingons to treat the Brentons with respect.
This makes me think. I'm sure this has been done in something, and I think this might even be a joke in the lower decks at some point, or a joke like this. But the idea that, like, we see like an alien ship a certain way up, and then we find out from them, they go, "Why do you always show our ships that way up? That's upside down."
Yeah.
Like, I think that feels like a very July. Yeah,
Also, I'm pretty sure the Constitution refit had a rear torpedo launcher.
it did.
Thank you. I'm glad I wasn't wrong there.
Don't they use it in Wrath of Khan?
They might. I don't remember.
I'm like, okay. Now I've said that, I'm actually like doubting myself. I'm sure it did.
Oh God, are you gonna Mandela effect the Wrath of Khan?
Maybe in Star Trek 3. Maybe. It's been a while since I've seen a lot of the later, like original crew films.
Movies. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, the Brenton is weird. Let's have a look at the sunshine, though. Oh, it's got a disc tray.
The Sunshine class passenger liner is considered the most luxurious in the Federation. The service is the best, the staterooms are the finest, the gambling is honest most of the time, and naturally the prices are the highest.
Man, you can tell this came out before Next Gen, can't you?
Yep. The regular accommodation staterooms are affordable for most vacationers, and waiting lists can be up to 1 year long for passage and a round-trip ticket. These staterooms are comparable to those found in 20th century ocean-going liners. The Royal Suites on the Sunshine class, it was in all caps, sorry.
Yeah.
However,
The Royal Suites in this luxury space communist thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Also, I just want to point out, Cyborg, point out the reason why we know every ship is the correct way up, because in every ship's core they have a slice of buttered toast suspended in a zero energy field.
Of course.
Sort of like a spirit level, but for ships.
Yeah. Sorry, the Royal Suites, however, have to be seen to be believed. Some of these suites have private physical fitness centres with staff. The largest suite on the vessel has a small private pool.
Look at these bougie fucks.
The Sunshine class is equipped with deflectors of minimal combat strength instead of just normal navigation. Instead of just the normal navigational deflectors, of course. Although these ships do not operate in hostile areas, there is always a risk of pirates, so the deflectors were incorporated into the design. And yet, no offensive weaponry is carried for ship-to-ship combat, but hand weapons are carried aboard, locked in several small arms lockers.
Okay, so a few notes. It's weird that, like, I know obviously this is before a lot of what we saw later. So, we don't necessarily get our later interpretations are not, like, completely in line with how these people were interpreting the series, because they just had the original series and the animated series to go off.
Yes.
And I guess the first the first couple of movies as well.
Yeah, I feel weird about Starfleet having passenger liners.
Yes. And
Starfleet, especially when it came to Wrath of Khan, once they got to that era, it was made very clear that Starfleet was the naval wing of the Federation.
Yeah, and especially because the very first ship we see on the cover is the USS Reliant. So
yes.
But so the fact that they're like, oh yeah, so they're saying, oh, because there's always risk of pirates, so deflectors are incorporated into the design. But deflectors aren't just for ship-to-ship combat; they're to stop you getting pelted with shit in space.
Oh, that's what the navigational deflectors do. There's two shield systems on every ship in Star Trek. There's a navigational deflector.
Yeah, true. But like,
and then the deflector shield.
But like, they use the big shields for serious shit as well. Like,
yeah.
Because there's not just little shit floating around in space. Like, there's big shit that you might not be able to get out of the way of, and anomalies and all sorts, and you need them.
Yep.
Also, I'm not. I just want to be clear. I'm not like judging the artist who drew this or anything, because drawing these kind of shapes is fucking hard.
Especially if there's any sort of perspective or angle involved.
But the saucer, like having this like the little impulse. Like pod.
Yeah, the impulse engine shouldn't be there.
Like, that's a weird place to put them, and it also makes it look like the whole saucer is angled forward.
Yeah.
It's unclear what the massive sunroof flaps are. I believe that's supposed to be a shuttle bay.
I'm guessing, judging by the shuttle we're seeing.
Why it is like this, why it is like the doors on a kitchen cabinet, I am not sure.
Yep, has the handles.
Okay, so sunshine, disturbing. Now let's move on to a Jem'Hadar fighter made out of Lego.
Or a saber class.
A saber class made out of Lego.
The
Kalei. Kalei.
Kalei.
Sounds like James Hetfield saying the word clay.
I'm gonna feel real bad in a minute if it's like, oh yeah, this is actually a fucking. No, it's Cation. It's fine. It's got no Gaelic connections. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh! We've got an upside down California now.
Yeah, we do.
It's Durf. Durf.
Wait, is it? Yeah.
That's a right Durf.
That is a right fucking derf.
That is one hell of a Durf of a design. Oh, I don't like these little cutout parts here. That really ruins the shape of it.
Okay, here's the thing. That's the Freedom class, USS Franklin.
Shit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Franklin looks a lot better than that, but
yeah,
shit, that is the Franklin. They just resurrected this wank-ass. The Franklin is a Durf.
The Franklin is a derf. That's a sentence we've now said.
I'd say get Franklin is a Durf going as a hashtag on Twitter, but that sounds too much like.
You know what I will say? In defense of the Franklin or the Freedom class over the derf, they fixed the length of the pylons and the angle.
Oh yeah, it's much better proportioned. Don't try and get that because it makes it sound like we're saying that the medic from Babylon 5 is a turf and we're bad at spelling. So. Okay.
The Kalei. Kalei. Oh yeah. It's a long-range shuttle.
You see, I think one of the problems here that they have is that all the Federation, all the species that are part of the Federation,
are being transferred to a derf.
Oh fuck. So if you're being transported to an O-berth, you're dead. But and it's going to be weird, your death. It's going to be one of those things where it's an episode to figure out how you died. Whereas if you're on board a Miranda, it's up in the air. If you get transferred to the Saratoga, you're worried. Fucked. You're fucked. You're nothing but a footnote. Yeah, you're on the USS Redshirt. But if you get transferred to a DERF, nothing bad's probably going to happen to you. But it's embarrassing.
With your life.
It's just embarrassing.
Yeah. The Collie 8 is a Cation-designed long-range shuttle. It has 2 low-ceiling decks, because cats crawl, you see, with very little space. The vessel is operated by 1 crew member and automatics in the ship computer.
Yeah, they have this thing, so obviously, again, this isn't something that would have been established in universe at this point, because we only really see, factions not part of the Federation ships, for the most part. But they've made it so all Federation species have the same nacelles, even though the rest of their design is different.
Shared technology and research, etc., etc.
And that would be fine if they use the same tech, but because they use the exact same housing, it looks weird. It looks like everything's a kit bash, and not in a fun way, more in a Jaeger class way.
Hey! Don't you talk bad about the Jaeger. It's a horrendous monster, but I kind of love it.
Oh, don't worry. I love it too, but it is a monster.
The derf looks different now.
Wow, how did they manage to make it look worse from the back?
Because they removed a void between the nacelle pylons.
And they just extended its hull weirdly. That's very peculiar.
Yeah.
And that's got old Connie nacelles.
Yes. Well, it's got an old Connie saucer as well.
Weird. The DERF. All caps. I know they've done this with all the ship classes, but...
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
The DERF
it's in all caps, so it's the DERF.
It's a medium exploration ship used for survey work. The circular top hull is 4 decks high.
Don't. It's fine. It's fine.
The uppermost small deck is the bridge. The second holds... What second? The whole thing is hull! The second holds a weapons, crew quarters, and lounges. Third deck. Okay, I was reading that as hull, not deck. Okay. I should not besmirch the DERF.
No, besmirch it hard.
The fourth deck is for recycling, fabrication, ships, computers, and hydroponics. The lower hull, what lower hull, is also 4 decks. I guess they mean this whole back section is the lower hull, even though that doesn't... I wonder if this is a gameplay thing, because there's maybe in the FASA thing there's like a separation between your like upper and lower
saucer section and secondary hull.
Yeah, like your sort. Yeah, it has to separate those two for like
gameplay reasons.
Yeah. Also 4 decks. Top 3 are 3.2 high. The fourth is 9. Third deck is mostly parts storage. Oh, so this is a transit van.
True requirements 72.
Yeah, this is a space transit van.
Okay,
I decided this.
Okay, I just want to take a minute here to suggest something. We are seeing the void between the pylons and at the side of the pylons filled in to make a big square, roughly. What if that's cargo space that gets latched on?
Also,
that's why there's a big gap between the nacelles, like Millennium Falcon fork style.
Okay, I can actually. I would be a bit more behind the DERF if it's just an articulated lorry.
Yeah.
This is the USS Eddie Stobart.
Thank you for that. Using Stobart.
Okay. It can carry 1 cargo.
Wait. What the fuck is it going on about here? Third deck is mostly part storage and the bottom deck is mostly open space. Shuttles recover buoys, as in buoys. Buoy. Then enter forward where the retrieved equipment undergoes an assembly line maintenance routine. When repaired, a shuttle takes the device out the aft doors and replaces it on the navigation route. Early warning sensors, beacons, and communications relay stations undergo the same treatment. That's a different ship than the one you showed us. Fuck you. Oh.
Very peculiar. Sorry, I just need to nip away for 1 second.
Oh yeah, sure. Hi chat, are you enjoying the nightmares? Everything fantastic. Very much. I'm good. I'm glad everyone. It was a weird stream idea, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Excal, good work.
I return.
Welcome back.
So, how do we feel about the DERF now we've had the context? Because I think it's...
I like my idea of an articulated lorry. It's apparently not that because this whole structure is needed for servicing buoys.
And those 2 pictures are just straight up of different types of ship.
Yep.
Like, they are just not the same ship. The entire rear section is just different.
Yep. Also, where's its impulse engines?
They're in the same place that the Nebula class's impulse engines are.
Yeah, good. Well said.
Okay.
Oh,
I will say though,
Podlord, there's a good point. The first DERF class would have been the USS DERF because that's how the naming conventions of ship classes work.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, not necessarily. That doesn't always follow.
Oh.
Because the Discovery is a crossfield class, and the other one that's like that, and there's only 2 of them. Neither of those that is not called the USS Crossfield. So
I think that was an oversight on the writer's part, and fucking. But also,
I'm
sending you a link you have to look at.
Okay.
It's a 3D model of the USS DERF for anyone that missed it.
Oh, it's adorable. Oh, okay. I'm coming around. I really love the USS DERF now. I kind of love it. It's so awkward and ungainly.
Right, prepare for the next one then.
Okay, I'm braced. Everyone brace, and remember, load up your remotes. with what you feel is an appropriate response to what we're about to see. The baker.
It's vaguely like okay until you see the angle of the fucking nacelles and how far away from the saucer they are on that frontal view.
It's kind of on tippy toes.
Yeah, it's.
You know what I think the problem here is?
What?
It feels like these ships were sort of put together by artists.
I'm worried where you're going with
But
this.
not necessarily by people that had like a history of doing like this kind of design work. It's an old school California. I guess a little, because that does have kind of the awkward thing.
If it had a Constitution like hull deflector in the middle of it, it'd be perfect.
Because it feels like a lot of them just have quite ungainly lines. Like, if you were trying to make a ship design, you know, you make angles intersect, you try and make things flow into each other. And, like, a lot of these they have a lot of contradictory design elements.
Yep.
Like, Federation ships of this era, you know, they don't really do hard lines outside of, like, maybe the nacelle pylons.
I don't know. Well, if this is TMP era, they did start squaring things off a little bit, but you're right.
But it's like they took the squareness from the impulse engines and then just made that into the dominant feature of the back end, which is a bit weird.
Okay. Yeah. Forget everything I just said about the Baker class.
Is the next one? Oh, this is the Baker's a destroyer, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one. Okay, what we got? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh shit! I remember downloading. I downloaded this. I downloaded this fucking ship for a Star Trek Armada back in the day. I remember looking at it and going, "What the fuck am I looking at back then as well?" I'm sure I did. Hey, it's such a weird shit. What's that fucking called? The Chandley.
Chandley. It's as people pointed out as well. It's the Federation bird of prey.
Yeah, it's just fucking Burrell class.
Made by Chandley Works Limited.
Chandley. Okay, let's have a look at the Baker. You know what? In that art, I don't dislike the Baker as much. I would, if I were them, I would round off that back end to make it not have the hard lines on the side, so the top has more of a
hull back end, like the fucking Excelsior does.
Yeah, make it because like the back end of the secondary hull tends to be rounded off, and I think if you did that, and if
it's the pylon angles and the length of them, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, brought the pylons up. It's also, I am aware that like it's a weird thing to say like the nacelle pylons, because in actual aeronautics, the pylons would be called the nacelles, and the nacelles would be called the engines. But because that's how it actually works, and it's just we've all got used to calling them nacelles because someone on the Star Trek design team didn't know the difference between engine and nacelle. But yeah, that's actually I don't like it.
The Baker needs some serious airbrush van art on the side panels.
It's also one of those ones that I could actually totally see that flying backwards and working. Like as a really
give it a Constitution style back end and hangar bay.
Yeah. I'd actually really like that, because then it'd be like the integrated, like what started happening around the time of like the Intrepid design, where they started making it so there wasn't a neck to separate the saucer and secondary hull, and they just merged them together.
I think Goss is well actualing you.
Can refer to a podded engine and pocket. Oh, fair enough. I have just in that context, I have only ever heard them referred, but I am also.
Basically, it's a nacelle if it's attached and has an engine on it. Yes. Fuck it.
Fair enough. I stand.
Not really corrected as much as just like, yeah, okay, fine.
Mongus heard you reference Blake 7, and she is now angry. I can do more references to Blake 7 because it is.
It's not you like, isn't it?
It's a show I like. I'm not willing to say good. Not willing to say good.
The Baker-class destroyer is slated to gradually replace the older Larsen class.
Oh, the Larsen class!
Yeah, the Larsen class. You know the Larsen class. So, you know the fucking Larsen class. He probably does. Equipped with more powerful weaponry, the vessel is expected to be very popular along the borders. The Baker was the first combat vessel to be designed from the ground up with the newer style warp nacelles. Wow, it's talking itself up here, isn't it?
Yeah.
The Baker has been ordered into mass production with the first order totaling 300 of the ships.
I mean,
Baker class isn't a bad name for a ship. Like, ship classification, though.
This is definitely. There's been some that we've looked at that are. I love the DERF, but like it requires a lot of work to make it usable, as we saw when they made it usable in Star Trek Beyond. But whereas this is one that I like. Honestly, it requires just a few little tweaks, and I think actually you can make it work. It looks bad in the schematic. In the schematic, okay, I'd forgotten about the Chumbly or whatever it's called. Chandley. But yeah, I think honestly, you just shorten the nacelle pylons and round off the back end, and I think you've actually got a solid ship design there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad Slow also perked up when it said the first order for the Baker class was 300 ships.
Yeah, which is a bit.
I don't know if Starfleet has 300 ships at one time.
I'm not sure they do. Yeah, we are ignoring most stats because we don't know how FASA the FASA system worked. So.
Oh, okay. I'll let you have this one because you have the best pronunciation of Chandler.
How dare they show that with a Miranda getting fucking wasted? I am offended. Okay, so this crew requirements 363, so it's pretty big. A Chandler-class frigate is designed primarily as a fighting vessel. It makes the air, like the joke from Monty Python of the joke that makes people die.
Yeah, Slow just said usual block 1, as in like the first block of ships to order, is about 12.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because normally it takes they'll have like the first, like you'll have the NX whatever, like prototype versions and shit, and then it's very strange.
It's by the way, just because someone asked there, it's 314.82 meters long and 261.92 meters in breadth, so width, and the height is 90.13 meters with a deck ceiling height of 3 meters on average.
Oh, right. And it has accommodation for 250 Marines with equipment. So this thing can hold, like,
it's got
fucking
Makos.
600 people.
Yeah.
This thing that we are shown in scale with a Miranda, like, I mean, I guess actually that probably checks out.
There was fucking no one having space, like, in the saucer section if you had a full complement of Marines.
I mean, saying that, wasn't there like 400 people on board the Enterprise? And it's a joke in Trials and Tribulations about how much they packed them in on the old ships.
Oh yeah, because people didn't have separate rooms; they had bunks.
Yeah.
And they in TOS, unless you were like a higher officer.
Anyway, the fore and aft torpedoes, along with the powerful phasers, make it a formidable foe indeed. And if the opponent lowers shields, either voluntarily or involuntarily, the Chandley is ready.
What?
Why would you call it such a derfy name? The class normally carries a marine company for use as reinforcements for using boarding parties or for landing parties planet side. The Marines are housed in the wings of the vessel. So,
okay, I have just been sent an image of someone's DeviantArt version of this. Or it was put into chat. Thank you, Excal.
And involuntarily Chandley sounds kind
of... Yeah, okay, if the wings are... Because I considered that negative space until I saw this version with it coloured. I could see that being Marine hangar, like Marine, like, berth there with the two doors, but no. No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yes, and the Ares does look exactly, basically, what would make the Baker work. So, yeah, no, kudos to that, because they just made it. The Chandley carries the rare distinction of being named after the company that built the class. This is due to the fact that the contracting company is owned by the descendants of Rear Admiral Thomas Chandley.
I know. I think you need to say that in the most like English.
Rear Admiral Thomas Chandler.
There you go.
You can't say it without trying to digest your own chin. Decorated in the Elatrian naval conflict of 2003. Oh, yeah, you don't want to be... Look, FASA designers, you don't want to be naming anything in the Federation after any military exercise done in the early 2000s. All of them were bad.
Yeah.
I mean, nearly all.
Podlord just pointed out the first of the Chandley class line, the USS Chandley, bumbling about being a fucking fighting ship.
And again, I can't help...
The artist, Mitch O'Connell, has just popped the name has been put in chat and linked to his website and shit. Hopefully that's a portfolio. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Not much on. Okay.
He draws a lot of pin-ups.
Yep. Well, he's also a tattoo designer, it makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is very... interesting. Does kind of check out with my theory of the people designing these things not being people that normally do that kind of design work.
Born in 1961 as a freelance artist, he started his career in 1980 and provided art for a variety of clients, including Rolling Stone, Playboy, Newsweek, Time, The New Yorker, and FASA.
Okay, I want to tell you, the United Federation of Planets decided unanimously to name the class Chandley when it was discovered that the Chandley firm had submitted the lowest bid for the class. This is what the lowest bidder looks like.
Yep.
Checks out. Fucking checks out. Okay. What we got next? Oh, now we've got...
Now, this is the Derf Redux as far as I'm concerned.
The Lochnar is a cross-eyed Derf.
The Lochnar is the one I know about.
It's a survey ship. Oh, this is also a right Chandley. Isn't Starfleet a currency-less society?
Well, the Lochnar and the Derf are different.
Yep.
The Derf had the nacelles angled outwards.
Yes. Therefore, somehow the Derf looks more dignified.
Or it could be that they reversed the Derf and Lochnar art.
This is also possible.
Oh wait, shit! You're right. The Derf's art was the Lochnar.
Yeah, because it had this back end. We'll see when we get to the artwork of the Lochnar, and then we'll see if there's been a bit of a Derf happen. You know. The next one is
Oh, okay. The Ranger
is a CD player I had in 2002.
That's a proper old Sony Walkman.
Yeah, like one of the ones that were as small as they physically could be because basically they were restricted to how big the disc was inside, but with some warp nacelles attached. But again, what is their obsession with really big and awkwardly placed nacelles? Like if you didn't do this, all of your designs would look so much better.
Yep.
Oh my god, some of these are so fucking FASA.
Yep.
Yes.
I just got to the art of the Lochnar
Ranger.
and it's the fucking...
It's
the boy.
So they derfed it up. They derfed it up. They derfed it up. I'm still gonna say
I see how they made that mistake when you see the pylons in this piece of art.
I've still got to say, I think I've still got to like knowing this is the derf. Like, you know, I've still got to side with the derf because it has the funnier name.
Yes.
But yeah, so
she gets a go up for TMP apparently.
The muscle ship. So the Lochnar, an Andorian design, the ship is designed to move quickly if trouble spots and fight. The weaponry is not as formidable as it first appears, however. So it's a muscle ship, but it sucks. The 8 phases. To quote from DS9, O'Brien detected the Dominion fleet numbering 1,255 ships. Bashir says they outnumber the Federation 2-1. Shit! Yes, you are right.
Hey!
So the Federation must have around 600 to 700 at the time DS9 happens. And that's also... is that because that by the time they're massing fleets, that's when the Federation has been mass-producing ships as well, purely for the Dominion War. Because they were doing weird shit like They were mass producing Galaxy classes at that point.
And then the Galaxy class got absolutely fucking hammered immediately.
Yeah, because it turned out that it was just a big fucking Cadillac.
Yep.
And no matter how many... I mean, granted, the later versions had like a massively upgraded phaser array, I believe.
I don't think it's going to matter.
It didn't matter. No, those... You
No.
saw Galaxy... I mean, I know why they use Galaxy classes as like punching bags, because we saw them...
It's the Enterprise.
It's the Enterprise. Seeing the Enterprise
No
get
shit.
shit rocked makes sense, because that's gonna... That has an effect. Like, that's why when one gets attacked by some Jem'Hadar in like the earliest parts, you see one just get wrecked, because it makes sense.
Yeah.
Um...
Okay, I need to go have a bio break. I'll be right back. You guys enjoy this with Wib.
We'll talk about Durfs and Loch-Nars. The main hull contains weaponry systems, quarters, mass recreation facilities, a 5-meter tall connector. Okay, two shuttles, each with its own landing. Incidentally, some Vulcans do serve on Loch-Nar class ships, but there are no ships in this class crewed predominantly by Vulcans. Alright. There's a much more clear distinction, like... Yeah, it's really interesting to see this very different interpretation of how the Federation works. Because this is very counter to what we see in the next time we saw the Federation presented, which was Next Generation. Because obviously we see this is around the time of like the first handful or the first two movies of the original series cast movies, and so this is very different interpretation. They also didn't send the actual Enterprise E after the Dominion much. Yeah, it was mostly doing diplomatic missions. Is the line that they give for it? Presumably because they didn't want to send the flagship into the dead center of combat and get completely wrecked. That would probably be bad for morale. But mostly, it was because they were making movies, is the actual reason. And they didn't want to make the Dominion War movie because that was DS9's purview. So, and any in-universe explanation is secondary to that explanation, which is the real explanation. But still, I do wish we'd seen a couple of sovereigns knocking around in the Dominion War. Because I love the Sovereign, and it's a pity that we only really ever got to see it in like games and in the next gen movies. But anyway, let's look at the Ranger. Yeah, it doesn't look any more ungainly. The Ranger class scout is a small vessel, extremely cramped crew quarters for a Federation vessel. It is used in areas requiring small, lightly armed vessels. The Ranger is a popular convoy escort in hazardous areas. The Ranger class usually works in groups of 2 or 3 ships for mutual protection. Note the after-firing torpedo in addition to 1 forward. So it's... Yeah, I love it. It's like, there's no standardization here for like what constitutes like big or small ships. Like, it's got 73 crew on it. Like... It's very strange how... What have we got? Very strange. Very, very strange. Order food delivery guy started next to the restaurant, did not pick up the food, then drove to the next town in the opposite direction before deciding to drop my order. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, well. Okay, the overfield. I am deciding. You know, I'm gonna wait for Longfang to get back before we go any deeper. I need him to. But yeah, that's That is what if the Enterprise decided to go stealth and so went Solid Snake and hid in a box. a disk drive with nacelles. Yeah, that's like I mean, I don't have one in my computer anymore, but this is like if you've got a disk drive on the front of your computer and you press the button to eject the disk, and it ejected the front part of the saucer of a Star Trek ship instead. That is a fucking thing. Oh, it's a freighter, Antares liner, so this is presumably part of the same lineage as the Antares type ship that we saw. Okay. It does, yeah, it's a bit like the Star Wars Rebel ships, the carrier, yeah. A Nintendo Wii with nacelles. That's very strange. That's very strange. Anyway, how is everyone doing? Are you enjoying this? I hope you're enjoying this. It's called the Quasar Fight. Yeah, the old carriers that they start showing off. This is very weird. Yeah. This is great. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. I enjoy doing like weird things like this, where it's all a bit weird. Actually, I'll use this opportunity while we're waiting for Longfang to come back for me to have my small rant. Just let me prepare my notes. I'm going to now give a TED Talk on why in Star Trek Discovery I hate it when they have floating nacelles. It's bad, looks bad, makes no sense, and even if that's a stable technology, why is that an improvement over a hard, like, mount? Because if you lose power, your nacelles fall off. I don't understand it. I just want to see a ship in Discovery to lose power and its nacelles fall off. That is just what I want to see. I want to be vindicated for it being weird.
I want it to be a joke with the crew of the Discovery when one of the 32nd century ships loses power and their nacelles fall off. It's like, that's why you have a solid mount.
Yeah, but Discovery got upgraded and now it's got floating nacelles too.
Oh, fuck off, does it?
Yeah. Which just makes the crossfield look worse. It bothers me, and it's such a silly...
I didn't know it had floating nacelles when it gets a refit.
Yeah, when it gets refitted for the future.
Fuck, it does. Oh, that's bad.
And I don't know why. Because it's one of those things, honestly, I really don't like the future designs. Like, I actually quite like a lot of the... I don't think they necessarily look like they belong in the timeline very well, but whatever, who cares? None of it's real. But, like, you know, the design... Like, I actually quite like the crossfield. And the... oh, fuck, what's the one that the Shenzhou was?
Walker?
Anyway, all of the ships you see, I actually kind of like a lot of them. It is the Walker.
Yeah, there you go, everyone.
No, I mean, I hate...
see the nacelles floating there.
Yeah. And I hate all the Klingon ones from the first season, but we won't even talk about that.
The only Klingon ship I did kind of like was the Cleave ship, because that's the most Klingon thing ever.
Yeah. But then all of the 20 the 30 odd whatever century it is, I forget offhand. Those ones, they just don't like, they all look like, what if 2000s Apple designed Star Trek ships? They're all just like, you took a ship design and put it in a rock tumbler, and then when you got the broken parts out of it, you put them where they should be and said they're kept in place by magic.
Yep.
And I don't know, I don't really like that design.
Even if it just had skeletal pylons, it would be something.
Although I will say, a small spoiler for Season 4, they opened the Archer shipyards, and there's a little bit of the sting of Enterprise music that I thought was kind of fun.
Long
not that bit. They know better than that. But a little bit of sting of some of the incidental music they use, and I'm like, all right, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. And I have a thing about Enterprise where I think it is a bad series, but it did get all right near the end, and I think it was it's a series with problems, and I do kind of feel if they maybe had a couple more seasons, it might have actually been all right. They just needed to start writing Archer to be less of a twat. Because
I like that he's fallible and has to compromise his morals, but also, Jesus Christ.
The problem with Archer was that they wrote him to be the wide-eyed character, that there's always at least one in each season, but he's also the captain, so it made him appear incompetent and not fit for his job at all times. Whereas you could have given that role to Mayweather, because then it would have given him a character trait.
Yeah.
Even though he is a spacer, like he maybe not him because he's supposed to be familiar with space, but like he's only seen space in a more like in not in a Starfleety exploration sense. He's only seen it in like he was a trucker kind of way. So you could see, I guess you could still do that, but give it to Hoshi. Make Hoshi have a point for the last few seasons when they realized using her as a portable universal translator didn't work, because seeing someone go, I think they're saying this word. Gets kind of dull, and you can make an episode on
also,
that.
Hey, Goth, what do you call the NX-01 Enterprise? We've had conversations about this on my streams lately. I'll just wait for Goth to reply in chat, so enjoy some awkward silence. There it is.
Archer's into bang bus. Yeah, okay, yeah. Although I really wish they'd done that refit where it gives it a proper secondary hull, because I actually think it looks really good with that. Anyway, back on topic. What do you think about the overfield? It
looks like a disk drive.
Yep. Okay.
You want to see the next one?
What's this? Feels almost like a Ferengi ship.
Yeah, it's got that shovel-shaped front end.
Yeah. It's a large freighter. Loea. Or Loea? I guess Loea, probably?
Loea, yeah.
Okay. So the Overfield class, good work. You managed to make it look like a remote control. That looks nearly identical to the one for my DVD player.
Oh my god, they made it worse. Oh.
I like how on the underside it's got the same derpy expression as like when you look on the underside of a ray, you know?
Yeah. I'm guessing the crew requirement was 80, but the scan sort of sliced there.
Yeah, 86 maybe actually.
Could be.
Because it looks like that's a 6.
Yeah.
Star trekking across the universe.
Star trekking across the universe. Oh god.
Thank you, Mira. Thank you.
Oh,
space epilator. Yes, it's a space epilator.
Yep.
It has many interior configurations. Can we have a different external configuration, please? Most common as a normal. This is a transit van. This is what this is. Except probably not as fast.
The picture of the Loea does not help.
Because
the nacelles look like they're glued on, like the pylons.
I'm loving this robot carrying 2 giant AA batteries.
Yeah.
Or possibly. Oh no! This is being prepared. It's one of the ancestors of William Riker. These are his fleshlights. He has to have industrial strength ones made.
See. Yes, that makes sense. Also trucks.
I do like the Federation trucks here.
They're just looting vans. Like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Yes. This is like a descendant of Eddie Stobart.
Starfleet's Bedford.
Yes, it's a Bedford truck. Oh yeah, it's a cargo vessel. Do we really need to read it? Wait, in commercial use, the vessel is normally found on milk runs, on which it can carry a guaranteed sold cargo in order to break. They really had not. I never really thought about this, but yeah,
okay, a milk run is a term I've heard before. It's called like cakewalk, when an operation is just a fucking simple job.
Yeah.
Eddie Starbart.
Eddie Starbart. Oh man, this is great. Okay, next one is the Enterprise Constitution class. I guess the term refit.
They started a lot of the time it was called an Enterprise class or an Enterprise type.
Yeah, but
Or are you just saying Constitution because it's a good fucking class name?
because it's X Constitution class, which I guess
Still is a Connie. Fuck off. It's just a refit Connie.
I guess it's because maybe the term refit Constitution just wasn't in common usage then, so they just had to come up with something.
And yes, this is the epitome of sex.
Oh, we had not yet called it a Miranda class. Does it? Because they don't call it a Miranda in Wrath of Khan. So yeah,
I'm guessing that's a TNG creation.
So that means that this is an ex Anton class. So does that mean? Give me a second.
It must be an Anton class, and I actually think there might be an Anton class in STO that's basically just a TOS Miranda.
It is, yeah. I'm looking at it.
It looks pretty good, actually.
Actually, oh yeah, it's actually rad. I like that. I mean, I would. I would. I like the Miranda anyway, so. Don't dead name the Miranda. Fucking hell.
Oof. Monty fuck.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, Enterprise. Okay, so we get some cool artwork. It's the Enterprise. We fucking know.
Oh, the Anton class was an STO. I am mistaken, apparently.
Crew requirements 412. Is this where? Would this have been where we get things like the original length and stuff? Of,
probably. The revised version of this book has a huge bit of backstory for the Enterprise class that boils down to a refit that went far beyond initial plans. Okay.
The Enterprise
class
but also
it's a Constitution refit.
Yeah, here we go.
Come on.
The Enterprise class heavy cruiser is an old Constitution class heavy cruiser redesigned after the old
Which
Enterprise.
Which is funny because an STO, the Constitution's class is a light cruiser.
Shh. Returned from it after the old Enterprise returned from its 5-year mission. It received such wide acclaim when it came time for refitting with new engines and equipment. It was decided by popular decision that the Enterprise, the first to be refit, would be a new class name. It will be noted that the weaponry is more powerful than it was in the old class. Shields are not any stronger to any given side, but due to the power channeling redesign, more shielding power is available to all sides of the ship.
So they are stronger then?
Yeah. The shields are not stronger, but they are better.
Yeah.
It will also be noted that the new class is lighter.
Excal, I know. First of all, SEO is the most beta of beta canon. And I was making a joke.
Let the purifying flame cleanse this area.
What? Mine fungal dungle. Second delivery guy is for... Oh, okay, good.
Oh, thanks, Len.
Let us know if your food arrives and it is not just a solid block of ice. Also noted the new class is lighter than the old one, even though the superstructure is stronger. This is due primarily to the new engines being lighter. So if the superstructure is replaced alongside the engines, this is getting full on into Ship of Theseus territory.
Yeah, the way I always took the Connie refit was like the bones of the Connie were there, but most of it got changed.
It's full on Kiryu stuff. Like it's just the bones.
Yeah.
That's a reference for the 4 people who get it. The dorsal weapons pod is the most notable physical change, except for the engines. I mean, I would say that every part of it looks different, but that's just me.
Yeah, because, like, I don't know, the deflector array is a bit different than the old dish.
The saucer is a different shape. The pod contains the photon torpedo facilities. This vessel is also equipped with docking facilities to handle newer long-range shuttles and repair pods. Other new Enterprise-class vessels are being built to replace those Constitution-class ships destroyed or lost. These vessels will carry the same names as their predecessors. Well, this is an explanation as to why you've got ships like there was the old USS Defiant and why the new USS Defiant didn't have an appended thing and why there's 5 USS Saratogas. Reliant class research cruiser. About to get its shit wrecked. The Reliant class is a remake of the old Anton class cruiser. The Reliant class is one of the first vessels to be refit with the new style engines. One interesting note is that the engines on the Reliant are the old Constitution class engines with a newer style outer nacelle.
Oh my god! Why did you even add that as a detail?
That's just a confusing detail. Like that's one of those you go.
So they've got the exterior of the new nacelles, which are rectangle. But it has the innards of the old Connie nacelles, which were tubular.
Yep.
Because stats. Oh, they didn't have to do that for stats.
Yeah. A reliant class of primary research support cruiser, blah, blah, blah. Using areas where hostiles were known. Yeah, so... The class vessel Reliant itself was destroyed in a battle with the Enterprise during the infamous Wrath of Khan incident.
I like that in universe it's the Wrath of Khan incident.
Yeah. Okay, next we've got... What?
Yeah, last page.
Oh, okay, that's just the last page. Okay. Well, okay, we've done that. So, what are our thoughts about the FASA designs?
You only get better from here, everyone.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give me 1 second to just so I can find this stuff without without thing. Okay, I'll close that one down just so I don't forget. Now, I'd like to go to
Take us on this journey.
issue 59 of Challenge magazine. And I would like you, Longfang, to turn to page 66 of the book.
Okay, challenge 59, page 66. Oh no.
So I have not gone and looked at the article that we mentioned in our video on it because it contains a lot of slurs.
Yes.
And I hate it. But this is an April Fool's thing, but I feel it is indicative of something that is present in...
I do want to point out this is the April Fool's insert, just,
Yeah,
you know.
it is an April Fool's thing, it is a joke, but I think it is important that when you see people talking contemporaneously about Next Generation in nerd spheres, there is a weird antagonism to it.
Oh, people fucking hated TNG because if it isn't Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, it's not Star Trek.
Yeah, and I think that's important. Oh, shit, yeah, sorry, I forgot about the spider. My apologies to anyone who's arachnophobic. I completely forgot about it. My apologies. Yeah, I'll make a note for that in the future.
I just want to say, it is perhaps interesting to see the vitriol and often hate mail and death threats that people that were making TNG got, and think about how people do the exact fucking same thing now for the likes of Discovery.
Yeah, this is my way of saying, just because something's new and you don't like it, maybe it doesn't mean like everything is doomed forever.
Or the shit that Kate Mulgrew and Avery Brooks got.
Yeah.
For being commanders that were respectively a lady and black.
Yep. And yes, it is like gatekeepers have always been shitheads, and the tabletop gaming sphere has always had a bunch of people who are just arseholes. Had to ban someone from Discord server because they wouldn't stop referring to disco as STD. Yeah, everyone got really enamored.
As an STD, not just STD. STD would be one thing, but...
Yeah, because everyone got really enamored with that. Like, no, it'd be really fun. Because its acronym would be that. As if literally any other Star Trek series has had the ST part of its acronym, of its three-letter acronym.
Yeah.
None of them have
also,
done that.
Apparently, the cast of DS9 read some of the shit letters in the What You Leave Behind documentary.
Yeah, but yeah, so let's go through it. So the USS Enterprise is facing an alien vessel in orbit over a Federation planet. The entire surface has been reduced to a state closely resembling charcoal briquettes after a cookout. Captain Worf, open a hailing frequency to that ship. Aye, sir. We come in peace. I'm sure we can discuss this little misunderstanding. The alien captain responding, I'm gonna kick your... Presumably not arse, because it's longer.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get like 8 letters.
I am going to decide that is cum socks.
Okay.
Sir, I sense hostility from the alien ship. They seem to be firing on us, sir. Suddenly, energy bolts lash out from the alien vessel, snapping the Enterprise's warp nacelles off like a twig. Worf says, Captain, they are without honor. Number 1 sticking out his chest. What do they mean by this? Data, it would seem they intend to kick our cum socks, sir. So yeah. So this is like a thing. It's just a generator, and it kind of gives a bit of a vibe of how people were interpreting it at the time. So you've got, an adventure generator. So on one, confronts alien menace. Wesley saves the Enterprise. Incoherent series of events understood only by Guinan.
That was one episode.
Secret plot against the Federation. Not sure why they felt the need to put that in, because that's just like one storyline, and it's great. And
Conspiracy's fucking great.
And I deeply wish they'd done more with it.
I know why they didn't.
Wait.
Do you know how that story came about?
I don't know, actually.
The person that wrote Conspiracy wrote the original script for that episode to piss off Gene Roddenberry.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Because Gene was very big into there are no personal conflicts between members of Starfleet anymore because we're beyond that, which is fucking stupid.
That just feels like he's trying to write a version of the future where his women around him don't tell him that maybe he needs to cut back on the things that he says and does.
Or maybe because he never understood when a certain person said no to him that one time.
Yeah. But can you imagine how good Conspiracy could have been if that happened full on in DS9? Because that show would have committed to it.
I mean, DS9 did have an episode where a Federation admiral attempts a coup.
Yeah.
On the Federation prison.
But how good could that have been? Oh. Tech variations save the Enterprise. Shameless rip-off of an old episode.
Yes, that's where I'm getting the information on the issue with Yeoman Rand and Gene Roddenberry. And I don't want to talk about it any more than that.
I've been meaning to watch Jesse Gender's videos. I haven't got around to it. I've heard they're really good.
They're good shit.
I just haven't got around to it.
There's specifically one that I'm planning on showing on the next stream I do, because it's very important and it's about Klingon dicks.
That is very important. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the tech variations table. LaForge does the impossible by revolutionizing some aspect of starship design. I mean, didn't like
Scotty did that.
Scotty did that. Yeah.
Spock
Enterprise gets a new Warp 47 drive. There's like one episode where they upgrade the drive, and that also happens in the original series at one point.
Yep.
New transporter use discovered. Okay. Torpedoes fire from phaser banks, or phasers fire from torpedo bays.
That never happens.
That's
a TOS problem.
That is a TOS thing, yes.
Yeah.
Transporters work through shields. That has happened throughout all of Star Trek, because it's when it's convenient. Enterprise has 1d6 more phaser banks. Okay.
Here's a really fun fact about the Galaxy class. You know how it has that big black strip around the saucer that's like the phaser array? I can perfectly easily see it firing more than one beam from that entire array because it's fucking huge.
Yeah. And this is one of those things where I absolutely just like, I don't need to say this for anyone who's watching this. They already know, but just for my own edification here. If you are deeply and profoundly into caring about how many phaser banks a Federation ship has, you care about that more than literally any person who has ever worked on any show ever.
Yes.
Because they care about making a good show. They don't care about where these things are. They rely that someone knows where they are so they can put them in the right place for like things for a little bit of consistency. But like, it doesn't fucking matter. So Menace generator. The Menace is Romulan. The Menace is Ferengi. Menace is a new race from a previous episode of the show. Menace is a brand new race from a previously unknown border of the Federation. See Alien Generator table. Menace is a super powerful force. Menace is a super powerful force. Alien Generator. Aliens look like humans. Aliens look like Playboy bunnies and beefcakes. Hey, but sometimes
I did the beefcakes part in there.
Sometimes we get to see Jonathan Frakes in that outfit. And...
Oh yeah. Oh, it turns out the costume designer from TOS and those early TNG series was gay, which is great because it explains Riker's outfit a lot.
I mean, you know what? Fair play. We all enjoyed that. Aliens look like humans with seafood glued to their heads. That is more of a that era thing, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Because original series.
Someone didn't like the Borg.
Aliens look like humans with old stereo equipment glued to their bodies, and you know that person would whoever wrote this, Michael C. Labossiere, however you say your name. It's always people with French second names. It always fucks me up. Michael is probably right now typing furiously, or probably not right now, probably like 15 years ago, typing furiously about how Voyager ruined the Borg.
Yep. Aliens did defang them a bit, but fuck it. You know what helps with that? Just don't watch Voyager, it's fine.
Aliens look like humans painted a funny colour. Aliens look like the designers were on bad drugs. Now, I think a lot of these can be seen with real... You can make a lot of these jokes with, like, good intent, I feel. Mm-hmm. Whereas I think the last couple kind of show that there is a bit of legit bitterness in it.
Yep.
Which is the new Prime Directive. Never do anything to anyone anytime for any reason. And new Starfleet rules of engagement. Never fire at anything anytime for any reason. Which is like, oh, you're mad because they try and resolve everything, like, with like, talking. Like, I don't know how to tell you this, but TOS was like that too.
Mm-hmm.
It was maybe a bit more gung-ho because, you know, of like the kind of culture it was
I think
in.
the thing about TOS is that no one gave a shit about continuity because it was an episodic show.
Yeah.
They hit the reset button at the end of every episode, so fuck it.
Yeah, like, I don't know. I find this kind of stuff, it's very... So this guy apparently ended up as a philosophy professor in Florida.
Now, let's be fair. It may be a different person.
He did say he wrote for GDW.
Oh, so I just looked up that guy's later works. A highlight, a philosophical look at arguments against same-sex marriage. Okay!
Oh! There we go! There we go! Oh.
Also, he wrote Sex bots, killbots, and virtual dogs. Essays on technology and ethics.
Well, isn't it funny how just from a few lines that someone writes about a fandom, you can spot a reactionary so far away. Fucking wild.
I bet he was a huge fan of the scenes where Kirk just, read the "We the People" speech.
Yeah, that was weird.
It made sense in the episode, but also,
Okay, I just wanted to show people that because I think it's useful to realize that, like, weird...
more things change, the more they stay the same.
Weird attitudes are about, like, fictional world have been around the whole time, and...
Remember the fan base when Empire Strikes Back came out?
Actually, I haven't looked because I know, because I always remember that Return of the Jedi was always said to be the bad one until the prequels came out, and then everyone suddenly had a change of heart and decided that no, it was an unimpeachable classic. Yes, the Ewoks are a bit silly, but they're not Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
There will always be people, whenever the new thing is, there'll always be someone who says it's completely ruining everything forever. And sometimes you just have to accept that it is a thing for a new generation. And you can not like it, you can say you cannot like it, you can explain why you don't like it. But it's really easy to slip into reactionary talking points then. And in which place...
Okay, wait a minute. This concise work is aimed at presenting a logical assessment of the stock arguments against same-sex marriage. While my position is in favour of legalising same-sex marriage, I have made every effort to present a fair and rational assessment of the stock arguments against it. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. I would say that unless he himself is gay, then that is maybe a strange thing to both sides on.
He is a, what was it, philosophy
I guess
professor?
he's philosophy professor, so yeah.
His job is to think.
Fair enough. I may have misread this man's character. My apologies.
Body's grown.
I will put forth an official apology, unless he turns out to be terrible, to this philosophy professor who will never know I exist.
TF Wiki does have the section called Ruined Forever.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I actually need to read this out because it's incredible. Fans realise something Hasbro does not. That robust 30-year-old billion-dollar franchises, while seemingly healthy, are in actuality as fragile as two bricks tied together with tissue paper.
Yes. I have read this article.
One bad misstep will cause the entire thing to shatter and fall apart, and Transformers would be ruined forever. Yeah, nails it.
Yep. Anyway, we shall now look at another FASA
Okay,
thing.
which one do you want?
Which one? Because both of them that we've got here seem to have been updated.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do the one that has the crude 3D thing on the front?
Yes.
Because I think that's a bit more of a legible one.
Mm.
Okay. Okay, here we go. This is another one. This is possibly the second. I think it's the second version of the one that we did.
Possibly a fan version, or just one that was edited to have links and stuff in it. There's a good start immediately. Oh boy.
Because sometimes you get it. I mean, to be fair, the thing on the front of this, what the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at?
That was a pretty normal variant that people made.
Still,
that's either from like the Legacy. Was that the Which one was the strategy game?
Oh, Bridge Commander.
No, Bridge Commander was you're a captain on a bridge. There we go.
Oh, okay. You meant that. I was like, which type of strategy game? Because the Bridge Commander, if that's the one I'm thinking of, was more of a strategy game than anything else.
It's from Starfleet Command, apparently, or Starfleet Command 2. Thank you.
And yeah, that's a weird ship. But anyway, let us go into that.
Welcome.
That is a Connie with some junk in the trunk. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, what?
I need to step away. I need to get a drink. And furiously masturbate.
Hi. How are we doing? This is the Callman Class 8 assault ship. Notes. Muscular is the one. Okay, this is still on screen for you guys. Good. You can listen to me read this out and then decide for yourselves. So, note section. Muscular is the word used to describe the formidable Callman assault ship. The Macon and Continent classes carry more men and equipment, but the Callman carries a heftier load of ship-borne weaponry, the better to provide its landed troops as fire support from orbit. The Callman class was designed to transport up to a company of Federation Marines, MACOs, their vehicles and equipment, to land on a hostile world via transporters and or assault shuttlecraft. To provide all their support needs for up to 30 standard solar days without resupply and to hold off minor counterattacks, all of this without aid or support from accompanying Starfleet vessels. Starfleet felt it necessary to have such ships as the Callman class to provide swift deployment of needed defensive forces at short notice along the congested Klingon and Romulan neutral zones. Unlike the larger assault ships, Callman need not be based or restricted to limited patrol routes or provided with an extensive escort and support ships, all of which increase response time. To deal with the threat of deliberate invasion or even sudden raids on Federation or neutral worlds in the frontier, the best course was to place single companies of Marines on constant combat patrol, and the best way to do that was to build a ship capable of holding its own with a minimum of external aid. For quick... Shit. Um, excuse me. For quick fuck. For quick insertions and rapid extractions, the Callman has no equal on either side of the frontier, but its mission profile demands that the local threat be conclusively dealt with in 30 minutes before the ship's orbit carry it beyond the battle zone.
I've come back, by the way.
Okay, see the paragraph starting quick insertions start there.
Oh, well. For quick insertions and rapid extractions, the Coal-Man has no equal on either side of the frontier. I'm sure it has. But its mission profile demands that the local threat be conducively dealt with in 30 minutes or the ship's... What the fuck? Submarine commanders with extended full-time combat ability landing. So this is like...
This is a troop transport.
Sorry, I just read the... Muscular is the word used to describe. It's like, fuck off. By the way, thank you, Hans, for the sub. I just realised I forgot to mention that. Thank you very much. You've been painting Necrons. That is cool.
All aboard the USS Pump and Dump.
Oh, man. Give me one sec. I forgot to open this while I was in another room. Try to avoid opening cans underneath the microphone. Yeah, no. Were there any observations about this girthy lass?
Oh yeah, people were just like, "What the fuck is that?"
I want to see I hope the next one is again a Constitution, but with an unreasonably large saucer section.
Yeah.
So you have something for both tits and ass people. Yes, I am saying that the saucer is the tits of
here's one for slow as well. Callmans are being built at the rate of 16 per year.
Surely you gotta have a bit of a lie down after building one of those.
Of the 39 Callman vessels built, 34 remain in active service. They're used for quick deployment of Marines and defensive actions along the neutral zones for both the Klingons and the Romulans.
Have you noticed how much? I mean, I understand because it's because a lot of game systems veer towards combat. But you notice how much more military focused this is than what we see on screen.
Yeah, and we are talking about the franchise where Gene Roddenberry was pissed about the more military look of stuff in Wrath of Khan. He fucking hated the bosun's whistle and the uniforms.
I mean, he's welcome to be wrong because Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek thing, but
yeah.
But yeah, no. Coleman, that's a fucking weird one. Okay, what we got next? Oh, also, I did notice that it's got it's also weird because it's got a Constitution saucer and a very large, but it's got Excelsior nacelles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we've got. That's just an Excelsior you drew a bit wrong. Slightly. That's. Close enough.
It's got Connie refit nacelles and Connie refit hull that's been stretched out. The problem is the neck.
Yeah, that just. This is it. They had the already drawn Excelsior saucer and the Constitution hull, and they needed to connect them, and they couldn't quite work out how to do it. This is what I mean about these things. They always feel like it's people who do not do design work normally, because this is the sort of thing where you sit there and you go, how do I make these lines blend together? It's like a system you have to go through.
Yeah, the extension to the neck. No.
And it's totally a fixable thing.
Oh yeah.
But you just have to
shift the pylons back a bit and then shift the saucer back a bit.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even have to technically cut the neck if you just shaped it more into the saucer and then had it lead down into the hull from that.
Yeah. You know, although it was probably there so that someone can sit there and say, "Oh, where are your quarters? Oh, I'm in the ship's Adam's apple."
Hell of a view from there.
I just realised you couldn't actually see my pointer then for some reason.
Oh.
I got it back. It's fine. I'd obviously just deselected it somehow.
We're doing the NC, aren't we? I don't know, Slow.
I don't know if it's in here.
TARP, being a grand consumer of military sci-fi, the non-militarist approach in Star Trek is a great change of pace. I totally agree. However, the thing about Star Trek or Starfleet that you need it's still the military and naval wing of the Federation of Planets. They might only do humanitarian work, but they're still naval.
Like, there's always going to be a certain degree of militarism because they have a military structure. Okay. Is there anything notable about this? Because this one feels a bit boring, because it is just, oh, here's some parts of... This is just a kit bash.
V'ger.
After the V'ger, result of acid testing systems stuff. So they just wanted to build new ships after, thing. Basically, it's the Borg threat idea, but, instead of coming out with the Defiant that looked great, they came out with this that's just a bit awkward.
I also find the insistence that Starfleet isn't a military to be silly, and it's what always gets them slapped when the next crisis rears its head. Yeah.
Okay. Next. Oh, what? Oh, this is.
I believe that's another Indomitable.
Yeah, it's just a different. It's the original.
They're
schematics.
calling the Indomitable class the Great. Oh wait, no, they cancelled this ship for the Excelsior. Good.
And this version of it.
These are fucking fan builds.
This actually, this looks. See, this is one that doesn't look quite so much like it's cobbled together from things, because this has got the work done to make lines lead into each other.
Yeah.
This is someone doing it properly. So even though it's a bit awkward, it works. Like, it's proportioned in a, for want of a better term, correctly. Even though it's not really a thing.
I think the saucer section's too far out, but that's just me.
Yeah. I think it's because you've got the bulk of the secondary hull, and then it's got the stubbier nacelles of a Constitution rather than the more sweeping ones.
You'll find that when we hit the next one, you'll know why I said that these are fan edits.
Longfang, it's got tits. Find a Class 5 search and rescue corvette. Ah yes, find a Class 5. That way in which they refer to ship names. The St. Bernard that runs like a greyhound is how Admiral James Atterson described the DSS Finder at its launch.
DSS.
Yes. Okay. I'm assuming it's supposed to be dual deflectors for reasons. Do we get do we have anything about deflector?
No, I don't care enough.
Okay.
Okay, this one isn't bad, actually.
Apollo, yeah, that seems...
That's reasonable.
It's like a refined DERF.
Yes.
Or possibly the other one, but I just like saying the word DERF more.
No, Walkner was straight up, DERF was out to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is the one that I was like, hey, Web, I can't wait till you see this.
The Apollo class basically started as a prototype design study and was never intended to go into production. When tensions between the Federation and Romulan Empire increased following the Toman incident, the Apollo class was put into full production at the end of the war, and in the end, only 10 of these ships were built. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Oh!
So what if you cut off the bottom nacelles on a Constellation class?
Yeah.
for that stupid fucking comment, you can enjoy the fucking naughty step. There you go, buddy. And put a Constitution hull on it.
That is very peculiar. Huh. Very, very peculiar.
Sorry, I had to deal with some funny cunt in the chat there. My apologies.
No worries. Yeah, no, it's such a weird one because I think because it manages to maintain almost the same silhouette as the Constellation, that it almost works despite how weird it is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
It's
a South Central Ghana or a dialect of the Akan spoken by the Ashanti. Okay.
That is something that I do actually kind of like. It's something you see a bit more in more modern Trek as well as going like, oh hey, we should totally like name our ships and classes after things that aren't so Western focused and Western Earth focused as well.
Yeah.
But
I just realised this is obviously at the end of service for these vessels. One ship of the Ashanti class was diverted from a training cruise to participate in the Battle of 0359. Oof, my dudes.
When was this book put out then? Because it seems to be a fan.
It does say okay, yeah, it's a fan one because at the bottom of every one of them it says like by someone.
Yeah, okay, so that explains why we've got, continuity stuff. Next, we just actually have the Constellation.
Yep.
I've always kind of liked its, like...
I should mention, actually, the Ashanti has the Connie refit saucer rather than the Constellation saucer, which I always thought was too big.
You see, I kind of like... I think the Constellation should be a smaller ship for that thickness, but I do kind of like the deep dish saucer.
It is missing the weird bumps in the bottom of the saucer, though.
Yeah, I think there's stuff about that model that it makes it feel like it should be smaller than it is, because it's quite you see it obviously next to a galaxy, and a galaxy is fucking huge, but but it feels like they should be.
The galaxy is almost too big, some might say.
Yes, which is why the Sovereign, in at least its actual mass, is significantly smaller.
And also doesn't have families running around, which I always thought was an odd idea. Thanks, Gene.
Yeah, it was
like Cetacean Ops is a better idea.
I'm glad
families.
I'm glad that's been recanonised. Yes, its scaling has always been weird. I mean, it's an important thing to know that ships are whatever size looks good for the scene in question, which is why the Defiant is sometimes shown at its actual size, which is quite a big thing physically. It's fairly large. And sometimes is shown, like, say, when the Enterprise E passes by it in First Contact, is shown to be about the size of a Ford Cortina.
That's the actual Defiant's fucking tiny. But they scaled it up in DS9 so it wouldn't look weird in front of, like, Negvar class.
Well, that's the thing. It gets scaled to whatever size it should be. Because the actual... No, it was much smaller than it should be in First Contact, because the height of the Sovereign is only, like, 21 floors, I think. Even though they say, like, deck 24, which is a deck that doesn't exist.
I'll take your word for it.
So it's a lot shorter and a lot thinner than the Enterprise D. It's just longer is the only dimension in which it's bigger.
You'll notice here that the canon ships stick to the same formatting as the last one, by the previous book, by the looks of it. With the notes being in a separate section.
And we've got the Excelsior. I always kind of liked its ribbed neck. It's quite a fun design trait.
No, I love the Excelsior.
And also just how flat the top part of the secondary hull is, which then is sort of matched up. Although I do really like the extra flares it gets for the Generations refit
the
of it.
flares where on the secondary hull.
Yeah.
Okay. We had a discussion about that on the stream the other day.
Okay. Because if I remember rightly, those were put on so that they could do the damage for generations in it, and then they couldn't get them off. So that's why whenever they
take them off again.
so that's why whenever they use the model later, they had to have that version, which is
Grox
quite
a
funny.
big fan of the extensions to the secondary hull. I prefer the smoothness of the original.
I could go either way, but I do quite like. I think the flares add a little something to it.
Fair.
But yeah, this is mostly just looking at fancy pictures. This is the great experiment. But yeah, no, I like the Excelsior, even if they did get murdered constantly in the Dominion War, and you sit there and you go, why are you still making these?
That's constantly my question. Are you still making these, or have you just got such a fucking backlog of them kicking about?
I guess if you want to like a headcanon it, I presume a book somewhere that it should be noted is not primary canon, so it doesn't count. I would assume probably somewhere it said, oh, these were like old ones that were mothballed and they just keep them around, like, those.
There's that. Or I just had a quick thought, because I know a little bit about military logistics, and I'm wondering if they just had enough spare parts to start building or repairing mothball ships.
Well,
because they just had a backlog of massive fucking backlog of parts.
My understanding of like military stuff is that whenever you say if you've got 100 of a thing, you've actually got 50 of a thing, because only 50 of them will ever actually be in rotation at any given time, and at least 20 of that 100 will literally never be seen as whole objects because they will be stripped down for parts for all the other ones.
Yeah.
That is my understanding of military logistics, said from someone who has never nor ever wants to be anywhere near the military.
I like to think that the Excelsiors are like the B-52 bombers, and that they're so over-engineered that they stay being useful even long after they should have been retired. Yeah, honestly, same with the Miranda.
Yeah, I see them as like the ships that seem to be in service for a long time, because it's I think it's telling. I mean, obviously, none of this is like hard canon. This is pure head canon stuff.
This is us just shooting the shit.
I see it like some ships do just like they work so well that they keep them around, and some were very much of the time, so they get retired. That's why in the Dominion War you see Excelsiors, you see Mirandas, but you do not see ambassadors knocking around, because ambassadors were very much of a time. And so they only really had one. They had them for a certain generation, and then they just were. I guess galaxies just replaced them entirely, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't need them anymore." Whereas Mirandas,
there was ambassadors. It's probably also they didn't have any fucking CG models in them, and budget reasons. But well,
I mean, when they,
I would have loved to see ambassadors, because they look like they would be good in a scrap.
Yeah, and I think these are kind of it'd be interesting to see. But you can interpret it like that. Like, Mirandas, well, they were made in just such a way that it's like, I mean, their systems were easy to rip out and replace with new things, and they just worked. They were cheap to build, so you could
even
just
like
pump them out and
fucking,
did the job.
Like, they're just a workhorse.
Yeah,
they'll just keep going, and their superstructure was made in such a way that they're pretty tough. So
they just you don't want to be sending them to like really elaborate situations, or. They're never to be, you under normal circumstances you wouldn't necessarily put them on the front line, but if you have to, you can make like 5 of them in the time it takes you to make like say an Akira or whatever, so you might as well.
This class was always better than the TD. Good. How long was the Excelsior used? Ratha... No, wait, does it appear in Wrath of Khan or Star Trek 3 first? I never remember.
Wrath of Khan, because it's what they escape from.
So that's the 20... They don't escape from...
They run away from it, because that's when they...
Is that not Star Trek 3?
Oh, wait, no, actually... Oh, yeah, it might be Star Trek 3, actually. It's been a few years. Those two movies, elements of them really blend together in my head.
I thought that was the 2270s, but Geist is saying 2285 for Wrath of Khan.
I've never bothered to learn when things happen. So, search for Spock. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's been
in the 2270s according to the notes. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, because there are a lot of similarities of things that happen throughout the original series era movies. Namely, we're going to nick the Enterprise and do a thing, or nick a ship and do a thing. That there's loads of scenes that, unless I've recently watched the movie, it becomes a homogenized mush.
When basically the bridge crew and Scotty nick the Enterprise and put it on automatic. First season of TNG's in 2364, so 70 odd years the Excelsior was used for. It was 70 years plus, in fact.
Which makes sense. Like, what's that fucking spy plane? The U-2 spy plane that I think we might have finally started retiring them now. I say we, it's America that uses them. But they were like made in the 60s and didn't work spectacularly then, and we just kept using them.
Denzeo, don't read this like it's actual canon. Because it's not. This is beta canon made for the sake of this book.
Yeah. This is...
Hence, like, the mark system it's talking about is not used.
Yeah. Yeah, U2s was 67 years ago, so yeah. 55 originally, okay. Because I know we...
89 they were produced and they're still getting used.
Yeah. I find it... I really like Star Trek's approach to canon because they have such a clean line that it means it's really easy to keep on top of, which is that if it's on screen, that's mainline canon. If it appears in literally anything else, it's
beta canon.
It's beta canon. Enjoy it, do what you want with it, but that does not have any effect of what's on screen. And I think
U2 production started in 1955. Damn, Bono must be fucking Asian. Good work. Sorry, I had to point that one out.
Yeah. But yeah, okay, let's go down. Midway class. Oh, so that's like the other one we saw, but with a single nacelle over the top. Oh.
And also 2 pylons holding the nacelle.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's a weird one. Yeah, that's so I bought my model kit for a Constitution class, but it didn't come with all the parts, so I just had to make do.
It does look like a kit bash should do, although the elongated secondary hull's interesting.
Yeah, that's fun. Looks like a kludged Oberth. It does a bit, actually.
A little bit. Again, I'm pretty copyright of William J. Colley. Yeah, that is
not how copyright works, my friend.
Pegasus class, fine. Oh, sideways nacelles in the Pegasus class as well.
Oh yeah. Again, it's a little bit of a dearth. When problems developed with the Explorer class, Starfleet looked to the old Vagabond class for inspiration.
Slow. Does any of this make sense? Saucer-mounted photon torpedo.
Sorry, I typed in Vagabond class ship and I got 3 pictures of actual sailing boats and then a ship from 40k. So.
Oh, Pegasus is not. Pegasus is Franklin. Wait, what do you mean Pegasus is Franklin?
Ooh, ooh.
The Explorer class and the Vagabond class. Have you heard of those?
The Vagabond classes. Oh, okay. Let me just make sure I've got that right. Okay, here's a 3D model someone's made of one. Okay. It's a thing. Let me put that into the chat.
Oh, I know about the Pegasus having being a kit bash. Well, the original plan was for it to be a kit bashed ambassador. We watched that Junkball Media video on my stream the other day. Oh, that's yep, okay. The Pegasus class is the Corkida USS Franklin. Oh, so it's not the Freedom class that SEO calls it then. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's a neat enough little thing. It's like, again, we ran out of parts when making a Miranda, you know?
Yeah. Although, again, when this was written, the USS Franklin probably wasn't around.
No.
Oh, boy.
Okay, we've got single nacelle. This is one of those things. I feel like there's been this weird commitment by the expanded universe and fans of Star Trek to try and make a single nacelle ship not look weird and derpy.
I like that everyone's picked up on the name of the class already.
I mean, yes, it is named after the Baron von Richthofen, presumably. The Red Baron. For some reason, I'm not... That seems like a strange choice for the United Federation of Planets.
Yeah.
Like, oh yes, this is fucking... I know it's not that smooth, but it's like just naming after anything from World War One is like, well, every side.
1 and 2, like 1, everyone's a bastard. 2, there's some issues.
Yeah, like. Yeah.
Also, if it's the Richthofen class, shouldn't it have 3 nacelles? Yes, Rustbot, it fucking should.
Yes.
It should be a Miranda with another fucking nacelle in the middle.
Yeah, and it should look terrible.
Ain't it a super fast ship from JD Star Trek 1 that was faster to rebuild than to build? What? On the super fast ship from JJ Trek 1 that was faster to build than to take any other ship. What?
I'll be honest. I have seen that movie once and was like, this movie isn't for me, and then never thought about it again.
2009 is fine.
That's what I mean. It's just not what I wanted in Star Trek. I don't hate it. It's just whatever. So I forget
The
about
Enterprise refit from Beyond. I don't think that's what Titan was talking about, because he said JJ Trek 1.
You see, the Enterprise refit from Beyond I have mixed feelings about, because it did fix the one thing I really hate about the JJ Enterprise, which is I think its nacelles are way too close together and it makes it always look a bit cross-eyed.
Yes.
And they space them out more contemporarily, like how they normally are for the refit.
Yeah.
But I'm also not a big fan of the general design principles that they use, because the general aesthetic of how the lines flow into each other.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of it. I mean, I love Beyond, like, as a movie. I think it's great, but that just one element, it doesn't... I'm just
I would have liked if we got some sort of, like, refit Connie out of it. Like, maybe bulkier, more squared off nacelles rather than actual rectangles. And it would have been cool to see their take on that.
I mean, I always disliked how the JJ nacelles were like...
Oh, Titan the jellyfish. It's fine.
Oh, the jellyfish. Oh, well, it's fine. Yeah.
The spinny bob.
Yeah, it's fine. It's what it is.
And Carl Urban was a phenomenal McCoy, yes.
That's what I loved about Beyond, is that it showed off that all of these actors who had come across... Oh, by the way, we're onto the Into the Breach soundtrack now, by the way.
Oh, good.
I played a little bit of that. I need to play more of that.
I'm going to... Oh, the next one's fine, although that's not the class name that I would have picked for it. I would have said this was... Well, you'll know what class it is when you see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, if we were going from what we learned previously in the last book, that should be the Anton class.
Yes, it should. That is what the Anton class looks like in most of the things. Or we could also call it the Underdoof. Or possibly...
or an Lochnar.
Possibly, although you don't want to sit there and go, oh, what is this ship? It's basically an underslung doof. That's more fun to say.
I mean derf.
Derf. Doof.
I love being in a group of people that have opinions about nacelles. They're one of the primary things on ships that are fucking cool in Star Trek.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a big fan of Voyager's design. The nacelles are kind of just...
Yeah, they're very much, they're just a highlighter marker, and not in a cool way like the New Orleans.
Oh.
I love that we have this friendship where I can make a joke like that and you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's great.
Yeah.
Get yourself a friend who can understand your terrible, very specific jokes.
Yep. So I was going to read the notes on this, but yeah, copyright P.T. Riley, you're ours.
Again, this is not how copyright works, lads.
The next one will be interesting for you, Wib. And slow, probably, because it's something I've seen before, done a bit weirdly.
Is this the one that's on the cover?
No.
Because
the one that's on the cover, I believe, had the nacelle pylons bolted onto the hull. Onto the saucer. This has a secondary hull that's stretched out.
That's weird.
So it looks like a pizza cutter they've put nacelles on.
This does look like something from Robot Wars, it's true. Just put some wheels on it. Yeah, that's a weird one. And the Ticonderoga? I'm not sure. I'm not.
Ticonderoga is a ship name in, I want to say Star Trek 4.
Oh, okay, that would make sense.
I watched that movie a lot as a kid, and that was a name that always stuck out to me in one of the films.
There's a TNG version, the Challenger. Yeah, I remember that.
USS Ticonderoga.
Okay, the next one is one for you, though.
I know. Don't you worry, I know.
It's from Starship Troopers. That's probably where I know it from. Yeah.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah.
Place where the battle happened during the American War for Independence. That's where I know, because that's the thing. Like, once you know where it's from, you go, okay, now I know what syllables to emphasize.
Yeah. So, has chat seen this new ship that we're showing?
No.
Claw.
Ooh, that's... Hello, the Phoenix, but... It's like the Phoenix and a runabout had a baby.
Mm-hmm. Now, the problem I have is I actually like the design. It's weird for a Federation ship. However, they could have got around this by just adding in the notes, like, designed by a fucking Tellarite shipwright or some shit.
Yeah, this is again one where I think it would also be improved by... Because this I mean, it reminds me a little bit of the Captain's Yacht from the Enterprise E.
Yes.
And it's got the weapon pod that you sometimes saw on runabouts on the back.
Yeah.
And so the fact that it's got an earlier era of nacelle, whereas the rest of its design principles feel like they're in the TNG era, looks a bit incongruous. Like, if those were later era, I think it'd look quite...
That's slow, thank you. That's what I'm thinking. It looks like the Andorian cruisers you see in Enterprise. That's... Yep. Oh, the next one's going to look familiar too.
Ah, yes. Man,
People have been trying to bash out that Macquarie Planet of the Giants design since it was shown.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? I think they managed to finally make it at least look vaguely balanced with the crossfield.
Yep.
Like, having the nacelles be lower so they don't poke out awkwardly. Having the nacelles be the length of the whole fucking ship, the rest of the ship, does balance it out.
Federation Assault Dorito.
It is, like, because that version, just with that huge secondary hull, is so weird.
I should probably explain this. So, after Star Trek ended, they eventually decided to do Star Trek Phase 2. Had a load of scripts made. Leonard Nimoy didn't want to come back because he had legal issues with Paramount because they weren't paying him likeness rights. Because, of course. And so, Star Trek Phase 2, they came up with an Enterprise that was the cool Enterprise that me and Wib like. And then when they scrapped all that and got rid of... They had another Vulcan in Star Trek Phase 2 called Zon. And there's actually footage of them in the old TOS uniforms for Phase 2. When they decided on a movie, they scrapped all that and wanted someone to come in and design a new Enterprise. And so they got Ralph McQuarrie to design it.
who you might know from the concept art for Star Wars.
Yes, it was after he just finished Star Wars, I believe. Copy image address.
And basically from concept art for a lot of things, but I think his Star Wars art is probably the thing he's most well known for to people who aren't as chronically poisoned as we are.
Yes. A good way to put it. And that's how you get this Enterprise. He also did the original Battle Star Galactica.
He did, yes.
And yeah, they had that whole idea it was going to be the Planet of the Titans. Was an episode that we're going to do in Phase 2, but decided to try and make it a movie. And then that design came out, and then I saw that way back in the day and went, fuck off, that's awful, I hate it. And then they finally used it for Discovery, and I was like, fuck off, that's awful, but you did a better job on it.
And it's definitely better when it has its nacelles attached.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is interesting to see that this is just a design that's been around for so long, and they eventually were just like, you know what, we'll finally make it work. And like, I think I wasn't super sure on the crossfield to begin with, but it grew on me over time. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Samus, this is just not good. What?
Oh, is this the one that carries like the big tank in the center?
No,
because
the one that carries the tank in the center doesn't have a middle nacelle, and it was just a huge fucking tanker that came off.
Yeah, that's not a nacelle. The cassette.
Oh, it's not. You're right.
Like, I think it. You know what I think it is? I think it's like the little deflector dish, but it's suspended between the nacelles, so you can only see it from that angle. That's weird. Because normally when they do that on like these kind of ships, they mount it.
Thank you, Slow. Thank you. Yeah, the tanker one is called the Ptolemy class.
Ah, yeah.
This is just a weirdo. Because it's like the Ptolemy doesn't have all the bulk under the saucer that this does on the pylons.
Very strange.
Oh, it's a missile destroyer.
Yeah, I look at that and I think destroyer, something to be feared. Top view reminds me of the TIE crawler. It says fucking TIE crawlers.
I love the TIE crawler.
Ah, yes, the twin ion engine tank. Let's have a look at the Pompeii.
Yeah, this is I mean, you got the Malachowski class in Discovery, which is this but better.
Yeah. Like the completely horizontal connected nacelles are interesting.
That are connected to the bottom of the saucer rather than like, I don't know.
I think there's like a chunk of like a neck section at the back of the saucer there, and that's what it's actually connected to.
Okay.
You can see from the side view. There's a little bit of a thing coming down. Should probably zoom in more, I realise. Like, because
thanks have engines too, Wib, says someone in chat.
But not an ion engine.
It looks as if it's trying to do an Naruto run. I'll be right back. I was going to go for a smoke, but I think I might just curl up and laugh to death now.
That's fine. But also, it should be noticed the Pompeii class, no notes.
Oh, yes, no notes.
Oh, the Tangent class. It's this stream. Look at... Okay, Longfang's gone, but look, this one's got like a... I mean, it
didn't get up in time. What the fuck?
I mean, it's only got like 14 pixels in some areas. Like, this was largely edited in MS Paint, but this huge like observation deck. Come on, I need to know what this is.
Yeah, enjoy that.
I mean, it's yeah, no worries. I mean, it's very ungainly. Like, it's like kind of a Miranda style saucer because it kind of buffs out the back here and then connected to a very square secondary hull, and then weird. Tangent class was originally designed to supplement the Locknar. Oh god, not the Locknars. It was commission determined the letter service line would be extended with major refitting. So impressive Tangent class design, however, they approved it for construction, intending it to take border control use of the Brenton class. Oh, they're all coming back. Yeah, actually, there is a bit like this bit does feel a little bit sovereign-y. This kind of bit. Still got heavy phasers, photon torpedo. I want to know. Superstructure reinforced, making it stronger than the Brenton class. And increasingly powerful armaments found both Roman and Klingon ships in the 2270s. Starfleet upgraded main torpedo tournament. Right, retiring for using latest FWL. Maintain high warp speeds. Okay, you're telling me that it is very good, and it's good. Yeah, okay, but I want to know about the fucking. It's from Stardate magazine in 1985, apparently. Yeah, I kind of like the big observation deck. I think that's actually kind of cool if that's what that is. Or is that just a weird way of displaying... Because actually we're seeing it here. Or is that... Yeah, that's from the front, and that is wholly incongruous. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, those are different. That is just a different shape. That is much taller. Like, is that... I think that might actually be the deflector? I mean, like I said, these two things are different. They are different shapes. Like, this is just nonsense. So, like, whatever. Yeah, I think it's supposed to just be a front deflector because you've got a weapons. Because that thing down there looks like it's torpedo launchers, or possibly these chunks to the side, maybe. But that looks a bit more conventional, like the one that was on the neck of the thing. It could be a shuttle bay. Let's see. Impulse, move there, equipment data, computer type. Yeah, who knows? Very weird. Well, it's hard to do 2 views, let alone 3. The thing is, they're doing it, you can see from the jagged lines, they're doing it in paint. You could count the pixels. just to make it the same height. That's all you need. Oh, hello, loud car. Okay, right. Let's see what we've got now. We've got the... Yeah, this is one we saw before. The Vulcan-designed weird little thing. So we'll go past this. We already looked at this one. It's from 1985. Did that exist back then? That's a good point, actually, because, yeah, it's very possible that I would say it's certain that these pictures were made later. It's just the original design for it was made in 1985. So I think that might be the point. Ooh. That's just a boat. Kamark class. Huh. A Vulcan thing, but with a Connie style. You know, swap out the engine for something a bit more mechanical looking, and that feels like that'd fit right into, like, prequel era Star Wars. I actually kind of dig it. Oh, it looks like someone did a photocopy or traced the designs. Oh, yeah, they totally traced it. And yes, on that original one, you can see there is a more consistent shape to the little thing on there, that whatever it is on the hull. Also, on the original art, the hull is a different shape on both of them because the neck joins differently to the secondary hull on both of them. So that's probably the source of a lot of the confusion. In that it was a bit busted to begin with. It's in Federation-wide use. Vessels carry on the tradition of their namesakes and are scientists. All ships class designed for extended stays never have large living quarters. Developed as a research ship only. Okay, so yeah, just a big science ship. Okay. Yeah, no, I kind of like these. Again, I don't think the engine works super great, but there's something about that. It's just an interesting design, I think.
Hi, I'm back.
Hello.
Wib, there is something I need to show you that me and Slow were talking about earlier. It's a ship designer called Howie Day on Twitter. I'll post this into chat so people can see it as well, but it's a design kind of similar to this. There you go, chat. There you go, Wib. This is a version that's kind of the same hull, but it has a Vulcan ring drive instead.
That's interesting.
It's a damn sight better.
I kind of dig that. That's different. Reminds me of the rings for hyperdrives that the little ship, the Delta 7s had in the Star Wars.
That design, I think, works a lot better with a ring drive than it does with a nacelle.
Yeah.
Also, Howie Day's stuff is insane.
Okay. Oh! Talking of things that look like they come from Star Wars, the Monarch Class 9 Deep Space Freighter.
Oh wait, no, that was in TNG. That's a ship that got used over and over and over again.
Shit, yeah.
That's an official one.
It's one of those generic shapes that they would use to just be anything they needed.
Yeah.
Like the ones that sometimes were small. You know, they do this with stuff where sometimes they were big.
The fourth movie apparently as well. It was one that was reused a lot.
Ah, yeah. Like how
it was like the front was where you see it now. Sometimes it was the other way around. Sometimes it was they used it a lot. It's a merchant man. There you go.
I love how they did that. Like how the shuttle from the motion picture is it from the motion picture or is it from Star Trek 3 that it comes from? But one of the shuttles from the movies that they reused for the ship that Scotty crashes into the Dyson sphere.
Yes,
they just
in the first movie they just slapped some nacelles on it.
Yeah, they just slapped some bigger nacelles to make it look bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just think. Oh, okay. Again, another one where it's at least a little bit doing its own kind of thing.
Yeah.
A robot freighter.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's another robot freighter below that, but we all know what that actually fucking is.
Yes.
That's just the SS Botany Bay.
Yep. Does it actually say that anywhere?
No, it's meant to be a different. They're calling it a Zeus class, but the Botany Bay was on. I know this. God damn it.
We've got another luxury liner, by the way.
Oh, good.
The Cosmos Royale. Which admittedly does sound more like a Jaeger than a ship.
The SS Botany Bay is a DY-100 class sleeper ship.
Okay.
Okay, that's... The similarity was mentioned in the notes. Okay, my mistake. We didn't read fast. Okay.
Historians have noted an amazing similarity between the Zeus and the old-style DY-100/500 series of the early 21st century. Yes.
Okay, fine. Fuck all of us.
Basically, the original designer was like, I like the old one, so I made it look like that.
The the USS Enterprise that was the XEV-330, the weird ring ship thing. Yeah. They ended up just deciding that Vulcan ships used a ring drive a lot later on. Like in Enterprise, you see it in a bunch of other stuff, and it just looks cool.
Yeah, I think it's good because like there's a lot of like the Vulcans. It's despite being one of the integral parts of the Federation, it took them a long time before they really decided on like a tech aesthetic for them.
Yes.
And so it was when they finally did it was like, yeah, no, that's cool. I like it.
This thing looks like it shouldn't be a Federation ship.
Yeah, well, it's a luxury liner. It's definitely one of those.
Or not a Starfleet ship.
Yeah.
Fuck. Oh, fuck, it's back.
What? Oh, hey!
Well,
the other
hi there, Sunshine.
Hey, Sunshine. Yeah, very strange.
Speaking of strange. No.
No, we're not
No.
going to justify that one.
We're not going there. No.
No.
Commercial okay, fine. Actually calling it a commercial transport and not having anything to do with Starfleet, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Hell, the Mission Class 2 actually looks semi-decent.
Does one of these appear in the original series?
That one looks like it should have.
Or am I just thinking
actually,
of...
come to think of it, do you know what it is? If you take the pylons off that and make that flat at the bottom, the Mission 2 I'm talking about here, sorry, just to clarify, that would be the bit of the Vulcan long-range shuttle that brings Spock to the Enterprise in the motion picture.
Ah. Very strange. Oh, we've got the Grayson Class 5 repair tender, which...
That's kind of cool.
Looks remarkably like the single nacelle little construction ships from Star Trek Armada. They just had a big bay in the back that would open up, and the nacelle was a lot smaller and shifted to the front, so it would have room for the bay, where a bunch of construction bees came out. By the way, shout out to the little yellow Federation construction bees. I love
the worker bees.
Yeah.
Love worker bees.
They're great. I am. Well, sorry. Snipe brought me a burger because she's the best. But when I was making mods for Star Trek Armada, as I mentioned before, because they had the models for bees in it, I did actually just make a mod that meant that you could build a single worker bee, and it could build like the most basic stuff. You could build like a turret, and that was that was all it could really do. But they like died if you so much as sneezed on them.
Yeah. The next one's pretty good. The Samsung.
What? Longfang, what am I looking at?
Developed by a joint commercial venture between Rantura Shipping Lanes and Chiokas Starship Construction. The Samsung,
obviously, yeah.
Samson, no, not Samsung, Samson. Samson Class 10 warp tender is designed primarily to provide warp mobility to all R1 type stations. It's a tug. Yep. It's a warp tug.
I just described an uncircumcised ship. Okay, yeah, they're pretty weird. Oh, that's the end of that one.
Oh, you bastards!
Do you want to just go straight onto the other one of these we've got?
Yeah, the busted up one.
Yep.
That's got like hyperlinks built into it.
Yeah, this is another one that like has had some stuff done to it.
Yeah.
Forgive me as I munch.
Although I do think this one may be somewhat more official, but or official in terms of FASA.
I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a tiny nacelle or if it's foreshortening from the
I think it's perspective. It's got a timeline of like ships active service duty, which is nice, although due to the fact that it's over 2 pages, it's real fucked up in not Photoshop, a PDF reader.
Yeah. Oh, there's the Lochnar, by the way.
Yep.
And the DERF. DERF. There's a DERF Mark III.
Of course it is.
DERF Mark III. But apparently no DERF Mark II. Those don't exist.
Oh well, fuck us then.
But there's a Mark IV as well.
There's also a Keith Mark III.
Oh, Keith. Yeah, he's had plenty of yeah, good old Keith.
Also, this has the actual recognition charts with silhouettes.
By this, they are actually. Oh no! I thought for a second there I was like, oh, they're actually calling it the Constitution again, and it's like, no, that's the pre-refit one. So there is a cube.
Yeah. There is a cube. There's also a Chandley class.
Shit, the Andor, the Northampton. Again, I had these for Star Trek Armada. Again,
Also,
like,
Derf.
of course. Hey, there's Keith.
Yep.
And the big sandwich toaster of the Brenton.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Ranger Cochrane Class 6 Colonial Transport. Okay.
As you do. The
There's a
Kefkin is definitely a thing.
Kiev spelled wrong.
Okay.
Changes to this manual. Oh, fuck off.
Okay, we don't need...
Just roll of Starfleet. Scroll through the bit that just has the quick links to images very quickly so no one notices anything.
Okay, so we start strong. Okay, so I think this is one where...
I don't know how I feel about the cells being sort of embedded into the secondary hull.
Oh yeah, because the SAR collectors aren't like exposed.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Very weird.
Yeah, this is the collected version of a bunch of FASA stuff because it's like Brad's comments and then from the FASA Star Trek Federation Ship Recognition Manual, circa 1985, etc., etc., etc.
So if it was smart, we would have started with this one, but we're not.
Yeah, we're not smart.
And we don't know if this is complete. We probably have found some things in the other ones that we wouldn't have seen.
Yep, this is true.
Okay. So that is, yeah, that does the thing. Okay. Yep, okay, still weird. Enterprise class, aka Constitution refit. There we go. Some nice pictures.
Okay. Yeah, of my boy.
Yep,
my child. My sweet baby.
Solid design. Nails everything. Nacelles wide enough apart, slightly peeking over the top of the saucer. Good look.
Always like the nacelles, the Bizarre collectors peeking out from over the top of the saucer. I don't know. Yep. All the information that people probably took way too seriously back in the day and still do. Oh boy.
Hey Baker.
Yeah.
I actually like how the Baker looks. A very solid design for a cruiser. Thanks, Brad. Again, like from a design perspective, yeah, just round off the back, bring in the nacelles a bit, you're fine.
Yeah. Reliant class, aka Miranda / Soyuz. No Saratoga love. Because no one loves a Saratoga.
Maybe my second all-time favorite ship. Okay, Brad, you're doing okay now. And here we go. Here's the confusion of like, how do these things all fit together? Who is Brad? It's whoever put this compilation together.
Yep. Was the Saratoga the sexy Doom or the sleepless Doom ship? Probably both known as Saratoga.
Yeah, it's Bradward Boimler.
Yes, Bradward. I was wondering if he had like qualifications. By the sounds of it, he's just a huge fan of the old FASA system, so he put us together. Yep, there's a Connie. It's the Connie. I don't know what else I can say about it other than I like that the disco design shortens the neck a little bit.
Yeah, I just think the disco design is just a good...
Or disco / Strange New Worlds.
Yeah. It just does a good job of updating it, and yeah. Again, would it be? Yeah, I do still kind of wish it was just the way it was rendered made it look a bit whiter, and you know, it wasn't quite so shiny. But that's just how modern Trek looks, and yeah.
Do me a favour and go to page 36. I'm skipping you past the Excelsior, and I apologise.
Okay.
There's a sexy Saratoga from 4, and then there's a flat, unsexy Saratoga from the DS9 pilot. Yeah. you know, Excelsior is nice and everything, but
Gagarin
there's
class, which is
an Oberth.
that's an Oberth, yeah. Okay. In official Trek canon, this design is listed as the Oberth class and makes an first appearance in Star Trek 3, though it will make many appearances in Next Generation. In all cases, it seems to function as a smallish, lightly armed or unarmed science vessel. Okay. That's a knack for getting in harm's way.
Yeah, there you go.
It's weird that they don't say, they call it Gagarin class and then don't do the thing where they put it in brackets there.
Yeah,
To say.
I agree. Then you have the actual Anton class, which honestly, it's not bad. I kind of would have preferred if it looked more like the actual Miranda, like a TOS Miranda with the roll bar and everything.
Yeah. Because you could, but I guess having it with the more spindly nacelles does kind of lean into that era of design a bit more.
Yeah.
And it would look a bit weird because then you wouldn't have those lines connecting with the roll bar. So
fair.
I can sort of see where they were going.
I keep calling some of these ship styles pregnant looking, and that one's ready to give birth. Also, guys are trying to say, should we fire Gary? Nah, put him in a birth class. We'll sort itself out.
Oh yeah, that's a problem that'll solve itself.
Give me the weirdness. Ah, there we go.
Okay, what we got next?
The Macon class?
It's making it, isn't it?
It's...
Is this where that other one, the tangent, got
yes, it
this
is.
from?
I think so.
Yeah,
I just noticed it there. And this does exactly what we're talking about to fix that tangent design.
Yeah, I'm guessing that is supposed to be a deflector.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make any sense for it to be anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Like in that location.
Yeah. And it does. No, it wasn't this. It wasn't the tangent class we're talking about, but that was something else. But this is. If she decided it was a cargo ship, fine. Assault ship?
It's an interesting one in that I think it looks okay from the top. It looks okay from the front, but then from the side it looks really dirty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not dirty. Derpy.
Is it deflecting salad? A lot of things.
Important note. Continent class assault ship.
Yup. This looks like it's wearing one of those caps with flaps on it.
Yeah.
It's like a Cyclops with one of those flappy caps.
It's even like it's got like, well, I don't know, it's got like these little lines here that look like they're two little eyes, and then he's got a little cheeky mouth here. Maybe a goatee beard. Or maybe that's a little beard followed by a big beard. He's a double bearded guy. Or alternately,
It looks like someone looked at the USS Dauntless and said, "What if we made? What if this, but worse? Is there worse than the Dauntless?"
Snipe also bought me an actual honest to god cinnamon roll.
Oh my god, I'm fucking jealous.
I realized the other day I'd never actually had a cinnamon roll.
Holy shit, they're great.
Yeah, I've eaten things that are flavored like cinnamon rolls and love them, so presumably.
Okay, Goth. The Prometheus is also bad in many ways. It might actually be worse purely because Andy Dick's on board.
That does drag down the quality of a ship quite significantly.
Oh yeah.
The episode Prometheus is a testament to how good Robert Picardo is. That it can be a episode that is like 90% just two guys, one of them being Andy Dick, and it's still watchable because Robert Picardo is so good as the Doctor in it.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's called Message in a Bottle, isn't it? I always think it's called Prometheus.
Got you on a clear just in case you don't like.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bite of the cinnamon roll, everybody.
Brace yourselves. You braced yet?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
There you go.
Thank you.
Wondering, as someone who has never seen any Star Trek, if anyone has any opinion where to start. Ooh. I'm never sure how to answer that question. Jesse Gender actually has a video called Where to Start, and it basically outlines, okay, these are what these series are about, if this is where you want to jump in.
Yeah, I think, like, I often give an answer that's like, you know, Season 3 of Next Gen, not a bad place to start. But really it depends on what kind of stuff you like. Like, being someone of the age that I am, I grew up watching the 90s series, so the 90s stuff about them. Late 80s with TNG, technically, because it started in 87. But I am insulated from that because I have nostalgia for that, whereas I can see that type of TV, if you are only used to modern
Jack does
TV...
say he has, or they have seen all of Lex.
Oh, fuck, then yeah, just start with Season 1 of TNG, then. Yeah. The first season is quite rough, but it's also kind of charming in how rough it is. But then it over the course of it's 8 seasons, I believe, TNG has. It gets really, really good. And then gets slightly less good, but it's still good. And then...
that's, that new Dauntless design, Geist it's something. It turns out the Dauntless appears in Star Trek Prodigy.
Oh, okay. I need to watch some of Prodigy because I'm just curious to see how it is.
Also, UK or US, Lex? Is there a... What? Web?
I've watched... as far as I'm aware, there wasn't a difference because it wasn't a UK series.
No, it was American German? Canadian German? Something like that?
Canadian German production, I believe.
Yeah. I'll just leave this for you here. Prodigy is apparently good from what I've heard for like a kid show to get like kids into Star Trek is a good way of doing it.
Huh. Very strange that the Dauntless should show up again, considering what the Dauntless...
but it's a different Dauntless entirely.
Why would they... Oh, that's... Okay, that's confusing. I'm sure it will make sense in the episode.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Very much a kid show, but Janeway's parts are really good. The holiday gives weird. So many of the voices feel weird because the actors are, dead. Oh, Jesus. Nope. Don't like that. Yeah, Galaxy class, fine.
Hey, the column's back.
Oh, I scrolled past it just for obvious reasons. The boy has returned to us. We wish it fucking wouldn't. I threw rocks at it last time.
Hey, Galaxy.
It's from Stardate magazine. Once officially endorsed by FASA. This class has been one of several ships that Gary has kindly submitted to him. No.
I'm assuming this is back on the Coleman.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I went and just read that quickly.
Yeah. It is definitely a thing. Seeing it in this with a slightly more detail, I didn't notice how weird and lumpy the back end was.
The back end wasn't as lumpy in the other image, I'm sure. I think they shaved it down a bit. Because that clearly looks like it's got a fucking TMP or a shuttle jammed on it.
Yeah, there's something going on there. Whatever it's got a lot of it.
No.
Okay, yeah. And the next couple we got are just, Galaxy class. That's, it is what it is.
It's a Galaxy.
Yeah. Excelsior, also, again, is what it is.
Refit Excelsior.
Oh, and Sovereign, which, I can
it's
never...
the shit.
I can never say too many good things about Sovereign. I've always fucking loved its design.
It's really, really solid design.
They basically went, hey, in Next Generation, when you see the Enterprise go to warp, and those, 3 frames of it being the morph of it being stretched, how about if we just make that into a ship?
Yeah. Seems a bit obscure, that one. Yeah, very.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is kind of a classic that's shown up in, I think one of the more well-known, this might sound like an absurd thing, but the more well-known, obscure types of shit.
I love the rear and front deflector plus secondary deflectors and shuttle bay at the front.
It's just so weird. It's just someone went, how about we do the original Enterprise, but more? And they said,
Yeah.
More in what regard? And they just said yes.
My headcanon is someone saw this design and then designed the Galaxy Dreadnought, the Galaxy X. With the third nacelle. Oh, sorry, yes, it's not a shuttle bay, it's a fighter hangar, my mistake.
That makes sense. And I think it actually works quite well with the... because obviously they flatten out the nacelles a little bit so they're under the saucer from the front. But with the third nacelle, like, it doesn't feel like it should work placing it actually attached to the saucer, but I don't know, I think it kind of does.
I don't like it, but I get it. Like, this is one of those ones that's like, you just kind of appreciate it.
Like, I think I understand it more than I like it.
The novel that's from, Dreadnought, had a main character who was an absolute Mary Sue before the term even existed. Mary Sue, sorry.
I mean, to be fair, characters that are far too good and do that the whole time have been in existence since since
Hey,
fiction.
Wib, so you know how we saw the Sovereign? Would you like to see the Royal Sovereign?
Again, that sounds like something that... What did they do to that ship? It's got anxiety.
Click here if you want to view the ship in its own window. No, thank you.
No. No. Although if it was viewed in its own window, that does mean it is contained. That ship needs a posture
It's a
check.
coal barge with a frisbee nailed to the front. The avant-garde vibrator needs a posture check.
That is a mess. Weird looking, eh? In some ways, the FASA designers who worked on the FASA TNG Officer's Manual took the whole organic aesthetic too far. Yeah, they did. Yeah. They seem to curve in all the wrong places. Again,
I was waiting for Slow to say something, but do you know what I'll do instead? Where's it? Twitter. Just send that image over to him.
Good. Yeah, again,
scoliosis.
yeah, I once again reiterate my theory about that so many of these ships were designed by artists who were not used to doing this kind of design work. And so just the lines of things are just all wrong.
Yeah, that's...
Like, I am not that kind of artist, so I'm not sitting there saying I can do... Well, okay, actually, in this instance, I can do better, but that's because this is spectacularally bad.
I mean, I do technical drawing stuff. I could probably give it a pop trying to just design a ship.
I would really like to
It
see you
would
do
come
that.
out kind of looking like a Connie, I'll be honest.
Yeah. But I would like to see you do that, design your own ship. I think that'd be really cool.
Take the worst bits of the galaxy, make them long, and have a Connie saucer. Yeah, right?
Yeah. Just... And you see, even... Look, even the saucer obscures the fucking nacelles as well, so you can't even have the peering under or peering over thing that gives it a more distinct look from the front, like...
Above, it's that thing you measure your shoe size with. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's terrible.
Yeah.
That is fucking terrible.
It gets worse after that.
Is that the worst one that we've seen?
No, it gets worse after
Oh,
that.
okay. But is this the worst one we've seen so far, is my point? I think it might be.
I think so. See? So much worse, the Intrepid. Fucking terrible idea.
I like the Intrepid.
I know, I'm taking the piss. Next stream, designing the IKS Snipe and the USS Wib. God. Sorry, I wanted to share this horrible EU Enterprise for an hour. Okay, that's a design. I will. Excal, that's. Excal, is that the one you designed yourself? Because I'm not going to start fucking badmouthing it. It's an interesting idea. Maybe as an NX-1701E, that's an interesting idea. There you go, Wib.
Oh, so sort of an elaboration of the NX-01.
It's an alternate universe ship, so it can be vastly different.
It's you know what I can't see it from other angles. That really reminds me of the concept Voyager.
Yes.
Where it kind of had a hunched over stance. Yeah, no, like to you know, if getting nitty gritty, I think the only thing I'd possibly really change, but at least from the top, like obviously I can't see what it looks like. And the other thing is maybe the saucer section, shrink it down a little bit, but
yeah, shorten it a wee bit maybe.
Could kind of overshadows.
Yeah, it's always a hard one when it comes to when you have a fucking pointed ship like that.
But again, we're only seeing it from one angle, and like these, we can see it from multiple angles, so you can.
Okay, so this nebula is interesting because that has the Galaxy class style deflector, which the first nebula you see doesn't have. It has a weird mouth shape and it's horrible. Yeah, it looks like. However, I always love the mission pod on the top of it.
Yeah. Of course,
you just like torpedoes, an AWACS sensor system, whatever.
Yeah, because you got the original one that does just have the literally from a model kit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I always had a soft spot for the Nebula. It's quite a fun little ship.
Mm-hmm.
I know I do this a lot. I just look at something and I just make a bunch of noises, but I don't really think there's anything else you can do for this one. This one, the Triton is just...
Ooh.
Is just some shapes.
Ooh.
This looks like it belongs in Blake 7. Even though it's so obviously a Federation ship, just its configuration looks like a British...
It's upside down for starters. No, it's not. Shuttle bay's the right way up, that's how we know.
Yep. And you can tell because the bridge dome is that way up.
Okay. Let me be... This is meant to be a cruiser. I wouldn't have had it as a cruiser, but I can imagine something with that secondary hull shape being a towing vessel.
Yes, yeah, you could totally do that.
And maybe get rid of a nacelle or put the nacelles... I don't know.
If you had it as like a towing vessel, like I guess it depends if it's like...
Oh,
yeah,
fuck, I forgot about that Hammerhead Enterprise concept. No. Go Torment Wib with it.
Oh, that thing. Yeah, it's a really weird one.
Thank you, guys.
Actually, I agree with it. If you had it like so underneath here, you had like that was like all tractor beam arrays or something.
Yes, because I could see that being used to like I'm picturing like the Galaxy class saucer just being at the right point and then it towing the Galaxy class with all the tractor beams.
You know what? Yeah, I could see that being used in something like that. Then its weird shape is like actually a functional part of it. Whereas, as just a regular ship, it's just weird. It's not even really, like, terrible. It's just weird. It's not like the
I would take the torpedo... I would maybe widen out the secondary hull as well.
Yeah.
Take off the torpedo launchers. Probably take off the warp nacelles as well. Put some impulse engines on it, so it's just like a local system tow vessel.
Yeah. Or even make it so it only has it has more of almost vestigial warp nacelles, so it can get between systems.
Yeah.
But it's not like the main point of it. Not as ridiculous as the little vestigial one on the top of the saucer part of the Prometheus, but
I forgot about the rule about nacelles having to see each other. I mean, that doesn't really work in Voyager until the nacelles fold up, which is I think why they put that feature in.
Yeah, that's one of those things that they sometimes pretend is a rule, and sometimes isn't.
God!
And then you've got like the Romulan ships that there was the initial idea that they needed to have not just be able to see each other, but to have an actual gap in the center, which is why the Warbird is designed the way it is.
Yeah.
Although that's, if my understanding is correct, that's not a hard canon thing. That's what the designers thought and made it so, but it was never like quantified in any canon location.
Brace yourselves, everyone.
Oh, is the next one a time? This thing. Yeah, no, I know this thing. This is one of the ones I had in Armada. Oh, thank you for the sub there, little pink Bowser. Thank you very much.
Also, chat, if you are enjoying me and Webb's bullshit, please feel free to sub, give bits, or donate. It would be very nice of you. No obligation, but it is appreciated. And it might mean that we can do this again sometime.
Yes. I like it.
With, like, Klingon ships.
I genuinely really like doing these kind of streams where we just kind of have a look at something and just kind of use that as an avenue to have a chat about things. I really, really like them. It's really fun. They're just kind of, you have to kind of organize stuff beforehand or like have an idea for it. And, you know, sometimes you're like, ugh.
This was literally, Webb had some magazines ready to look at for us. And then I went, I've got the FASA books.
And it was like, yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, I
hate this thing from the front, but I get it.
I like that. I like its silhouette from the top.
Yes,
I think that's a really not necessarily for a Federation ship, because these side bits here are very un-Federation. Like that just doesn't feel like it fits. But from the side and from the top, yeah, from the front it's a bit ungainly and weird. But yeah, I don't. It's not good, but I don't hate it. Oh, Jesus.
Hello.
Thank you very much, Hypnodisc, for the $4.80. Thank you very much for getting us up to an even number. Thank you very much.
See, it was just to get the even number, was it? Chaos Gremlin's attack. That's all I need to say now.
Is the hull missing from the top view? No. Like I said, I remember. This chunk is missing.
It is. Yeah, the back end of the hull's missing. And that.
Oh no! Wait, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. I was thinking of like this part.
Look at where the front end of the nacelles is on the side view, and you kind of notice it.
Yeah, no, you should see the poking out the secondary hull underneath. Yeah, maybe that was just removed for like to make it more visually like sensical. But yeah, it's a weird one. Yeah, the Andor, I don't hate it. I don't necessarily like it. But I feel like there's something there.
Let the purifying flame cleanse this area.
Yeah.
Oh, something fun. Me and my partner's got tickets to see comedian Randy Feltface, a purple puppet Australian funny man. Oh.
Excellent.
Interesting. And thank you.
Also, thank you, Chaos Gremlin. I'm guessing it's Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Lynn.
Hey Webb, your friend's back. You have the Constellation after the Andor, so that's nice. And then one of your friends is back.
Okay. The Constellation. Oh, this one's got the because it has FASA side view and then actual side view where it's got the lumpy
with
bits
all the
underneath.
lumps and bumps.
Again, if it was just, I really do feel it should be like half the size it is.
Honestly, yeah.
It feels like it's overscaled. And I know scale in Star Trek.
Technically bigger than a Connie.
Probably would be at that scale. Yeah. I mean, there is a bit of forced perspective there because you've got because the Enterprise is
the Constellation's closer to camera and all that, but yeah.
But yeah, it really does feel like it should be significantly smaller than it is.
Yeah.
And in my head,
the galaxy's fucking massive.
Is upsetting. Oh, hey, it's the sandwich toaster. Brad Boimler's comments. What an ugly design that never made any aesthetic sense to me. It almost looked like they took the saucer off a Constellation vessel, chopped it in half, stretched it out, like the leaves in a what? Like the leaves. Oh, the leaves in a dining room table. I mean the things that fold up. Okay. And then stuck 2 warp engines on it. I've hated the look of it since the day I read the UFP recognition manual. Thanks, Brad. I'm glad you have justified our
rage.
Yeah, we should call it the Breville class. Yeah. Durret.
Oh.
It's a Durret.
The Durret.
It's a Durret.
What's happening to the pylon there?
Uh,
Oh my god, is that a torpedo launcher?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, you dicks. Just... If you're going to design a ship like that, just put the torpedo tubes in the saucer.
Yeah. Like, you've got the Miranda's, like, raised sections on the side, so you could just put a torpedo launcher on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Big Butch Kremlin has tipped $5.70. Sorry, I've noticed. Thank you, Garth. Thank you.
Much appreciated, friend.
Yeah, that again, that's one where it's like they've just cobbled together bits, so they just don't really line up or look right.
Yeah. Miranda saucer isn't a bad idea for a single nacelle vessel.
No, because it gives it the extra bulk.
The Miranda saucer has more bulk here.
Like, if you this feels like a design challenge of, like, you take, okay, how to make a single nacelled Federation
Speaking of
ship.
single nacelled Federation ships, one of the classics coming up.
Oh, yeah, Saladin. I love how the deflector just kind of pokes out over the nacelles.
Yeah.
Like,
I can't remember. I think in there is a single nacelle ship. It's basically a Saladin.
yes. Thank you, Samus, by the way, for boing me up, Whip. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I don't remember if it was that one or another one, but they actually bulked out the bottom of the saucer to give it like an engineering section.
Yeah, so I think that's the thing.
And I really like that.
Like, because these things are all they're kit bashed effectively. You know, they take the parts of existing ships and put them together, and because they do that, it means that there's lots of artifacts left over from the original ship designs that don't line up properly. And if they just did it a bit better, then you could actually make some stuff work. Like there, yeah, if you bulked up the underside of the saucer or had it like a Miranda style thing where it's bulked up on the top,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
it would balance things out.
Yeah, my personal way of doing that was would basically add a half circle to make it basically a half circle bump on the bottom of the saucer, like add another kind of half circle shape to be like it's basically the hull has been jammed into it.
Or you
Let
could
the purifying flame cleanse this area.
The universal koala has tipped $1. Boing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't talk about the koala.
We don't talk about the koala.
Hey, Slow, watch Lower Decks.
Lower Decks is great. And they have the correct amount of appreciation for Miles O'Brien. So it's...
Web scroll down. Web scroll down. Web
Okay,
scroll down.
quick.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Slow, stay there and look at this.
We'll get that. I just need to explain one thing.
No, you don't.
No, I think the Saladin, rather the idea of having a separate semicircle, you just extend the semicircle, the rounded hull off the middle of the saucer and just extend that all the way backwards.
Yeah, that works too.
And then you can also have a shuttle bay on the increased bulk on the back.
Okay, good. You're on season 1, episode 9. Good. You're going to like episode 10. Get to.
Oh. Oh. Ooh. By the way, I'm going to see Wet Leg in concert next month. You mentioned the podcast, so you may like to know. Thanks for the Star Trek stuff. Thank you, Megos. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And you enjoy them. I listened to that album when it came out, and it's a pretty good album.
See, next time anyone ever complains about designs in Star Trek Online, show them this.
Is this worse than the Royal Sovereign?
I think it's worse.
I'm actually a toss-up. I think this one is more aesthetically ugly. Like, I think
this has the fucking ambassador class's neck just jammed on there. Fuck off. This is worse.
I think the other one has both the same ungainly structure, but is also incredibly boring at the same time. Whereas,
so what's happening on this front view? Is it like got a cut down the middle?
What, like you? Yeah. What? I honestly can't call it which one I think is worse between this and the Sovereign, the Royal Sovereign.
Royal Sovereign.
Because, like I say, I think that the Royal Sovereign is like at least suffers from being boring and just a mess to look at. Whereas I at least
No spoilers for Lord Dex.
like I do feel like this at least there is a silhouette. It's an ugly silhouette, but I at least understand what it's going for.
I don't.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's terrible. I never want to see it again. But
Web of Time Paradox has appeared in the next one.
thank you, Krubus, for the cheer, and to Inquisitor Crocs also for the cheer.
Hey, thank you.
Please take this bit and look at my one favorite background ship.
Yes, the Baran.
Oh yeah, that thing's very strange. Yes.
Challenger class. Wait, is that what? Hold on. No, that was a different ship. Never mind.
Again, real pizza cutter energy. Weird.
Hi, Poirot. Welcome to this.
I think because this actually does the job. I mean, you folks can't see it because where's the thing? I'll just put this on for a second. There we go. You can see, like, though it does kind of look a little penile from the top, at least they have, like, blended in the secondary hull into the back, so it's got that for the nacelles to attach to, so it gives it a silhouette.
Mm-hmm. I'll also just send you this over. Slow sent me earlier, and I actually think it's a really nice design. And it's single nacelle, it just works better.
Oh, yeah, that's quite fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should dig that one.
For those, I will run. Scroll down and see the time paradox.
Okay, I'll tell you what. If we don't see one in here that is worse than the Wellington or the Royal Sovereign, I'm going to put this to a vote because I know you hate this one way more, and I'm not sure if I dislike the other one more. So I'm not comfortable in saying this is the worst one, but I think we should put it to a vote and see what people think.
So what I was referring to was the single nacelle ship that you sent that had multi-vector saucer separation thingamabob going on. It's based on a Wolf 359 vessel, that was it.
There's a different type of ambassador class.
Time paradox. Wrong ambassador.
There is the single nacelle Kelvin timeline ship, you see.
Yes, I actually like that. STO called it the Einstein class.
You are an imposter. You are no ambassador.
They called it the Einstein class in SEO, but I like it because it has something on both the top and the bottom of the saucer to balance it out.
Yeah, I think that's often the thing. It's about having a design balance because you need something to counterbalance the saucer one way or the other.
Why is there a 3D model of the Wellington class on Shapeways? Oh fuck me, it's worse than 3D. Holy shit.
Oh. Okay, give me 1 second. Let's get this blown up a little bit.
You need to let chat see that.
Okay.
Einstein is solid beta canon thanks to the first 150 years.
Oh, it's so full credit to the person that sculpted this. They've done a good job.
If you look at the pictures, there's a painted example.
Yeah. This is just so I can move it around. Yeah, that is just weird. It's like,
look at the fucking big, like the gouge out the bottom of it along to the front end.
It legitimately looks better if it's upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Good work by Sci-Fi Armor and Auto Model Conversion Parts.
Yeah, no, for real, amazing modeling work. It's just a terrible fucking design.
Anyway, back to the Ambassador class cruiser. Oh, I just realised the music has run out.
The what now?
Music ran out.
Oh. Well, time for 24 hours of the sound of the Enterprise D.
I'm just putting the FTL soundtrack back on.
Yeah, I know. I don't like the secondary hull.
This is basically what if the Centaur class was like 60% worse.
Yeah.
Again, it's just that they just have a weird obsession with making really weird, like, unnecessarily long pylons and things like that. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if you were... Actually, tell you what, see if you did a...
Oh, the official FASA one's even worse. You can see it down here.
A semi-cylinder, like a half-cylinder secondary hull, and then attach those pylons to it. Nowhere near as deep as what we've got there now. So it just... Even if it's just like a secondary hull that just peeks out under the bottom of the saucer and then attach the pylons to that, it would look a damn sight better.
Oh, guys, I actually really like the Centaur design as well. Just this is a worse version of it.
Oh, the original FASA one with the Excelsior engine. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's much worse.
No. No.
What happens if I click on the big picture? Okay, it does that. Okay. Then we've got the actual Ambassador, which, yeah, that's just the Ambassador.
It's a good ship.
I like the Ambassador. Again, it's a design I wish we saw more of.
I wish it became a workhorse like the Excelsior and the Miranda.
Yeah, absolutely. And
It feels like it should.
And I kind of like, because there's the original design for it, there's a bit more galaxy-ish and like it's sweeping lines, but because they didn't have the time to make that, they went for the more simplified shape of the secondary hull.
Hey, chat, see that, you know, was it Probert design?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
I might have bought it in Star Trek Online so we can use it in the stream.
Excellent. But yeah, the more simplified body shape, I actually kind of like that over the concept art version. I think
it's got that nice like cut out at the back like the Connie does, but it's not as weird as the Galaxy. Yeah.
It does a very what is honestly a pretty difficult job of finding a midpoint between the Enterprise D and the Constitution.
Yeah,
because obviously we had not at this point seen that the Enterprise B was an ambassador, not an ambassador, fucking Excelsior. So yeah, no, I like the ambassador a lot. Yeah, again, it's a pity we don't see more of it.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. The Akira. Hypothetical size comparison.
I have a fun fact for you. Because of the nature of Star Trek Online, the Akira class has a bunch of other variants.
Yes.
All of them are named after an anime. So you've got the Akira, the Alita, and a bunch of other ones I can't remember right now.
Cool. So you've got the Akira, you've got the Alita, you've got your Hunter x Hunter. I know it's just it's just Hunter x Hunter, and I don't care.
Akira, Akage, Alita, Armitage. It's great.
That's quite fun.
The Evangelion, no one talks about that one. It's really depressing.
This is the USS Bible Black.
You had to. You fucking had to. You absolutely fucking... Goth was there too.
Yeah, Goth went there as well. But no, the Akira, I love it. And also, a fun thing about the Akira is it creates fandom arguments because multiple sources have said it has different weapon loadouts, and rather than being
and it has different uses.
Yeah, and rather than being adults about it and going, well, they're different sources and it's barely seen on screen, so really it's just whatever, who cares? They argue about it and get pissy. Don't be like them.
Okay, so the thing about the Akira is when people first saw it, they thought it was a flight carrier because it looks like it has the entire saucer section has a hangar right the way through it and doors at each end.
You see, I just saw it as it's like, hey, do you know what's cool? Cars that have big air intakes on their bonnet.
Yes.
I think
the original designer said it was have some stupid like 19 torpedo tubes. Yeah.
Is
the Akira the TNG Miranda? No, the Miranda is still the TNG Miranda because that thing never dies.
We did know the Enterprise B was an Excelsior. It was on the ready room wall, so the slightly ribbony. That is true, actually. Yeah, it is on the back there. You are right.
I can't help but notice that unless you want me to start busting out fucking Stone Cold impressions, we need to get off $316.
Oh, yeah, John 316. Okay.
Have your John 316.
Yeah, but no, I've always liked the Akira. It's fucking strong. That's not the Lochnar. That's our good old pal Durf.
That's the Derf, isn't
That's
it?
the Durf.
Because
Oh
the
my
Lochnar
god.
is
We're
pointed
deep-
straight up.
We're deep enough in this that we are doing what I did earlier and well actuallying the well actually people.
Wait, okay.
Unless it was the schematics that were the wrong way round and
Oh
the
god, maybe, yeah.
artwork
Maybe.
was the wrong way round.
Longfang 316 says get the fuck. Pretty much. I think we're wrong, and actually that is the Lochnar, and the Derf is the one with the pointed up nacelles. I'm waiting for Slow to say something.
We
The
need-
USS Star Wars missions.
Okay, give me a second. Give me a second.
Oh, I don't want to know. Right, Slow, clarify for us. Is the Lochnar actually the angled nacelles, and the Derf is the one with the straight up nacelles?
Okay. I personally can't wait until we see the USS Shinkansen Henkei Robo Shinkaleon, the movie, The Marvelous Fast Alpha X.
Yes. Okay.
That's the deepest
Good.
anime cut I can actually manage because it's
Yeah,
one
no,
of the rare
that's,
times.
that is deeper than any of them. That is actually the Lochnar. The Derf is the straight up nacelles. We have now had that clarified. And
Okay.
yes, good job, Wib.
It's the anime I watch solely because when you see images and go, oh, it's got Snow Godzilla in it, and Hatsune Miku, and the characters from Evangelion, and it's about transforming
robots?
trains.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
I'm
there was a
glad
million
Pablo-
YouTube videos of how powerful is Snow Godzilla compared to other Godzillas, and I'm like, stop.
Was
this.
there?
Yeah.
See, this is why I don't go near
Like,
kaiju
how
YouTube.
powerful is the new Constitution versus the original Constitution? It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. Stop it.
You see, I make content for a living that is by definition pointless. But that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, I can't even manage to like.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, so that's a much better redesign of the Lochnar as a refit. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, solid. Yeah, solid design there.
Oh, have you got it there? Okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
No Godzilla is the strongest because it fought Hatsune Miku in the lift.
this is true. This is true. Oh yeah, here we got the Lochnar. So, do they talk about how they got it all mixed up? Apparently not, because I'm seeing no mention.
Oh
of
my
the
god,
Durf.
fuck up. That's no Akira prize, it's really the Lochnar prize. Shut up. Shut up.
No, like no one knows or cares about the Lochnar. No, don't stop it.
Slow is crying right now.
Ooh, oh, I like this.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Firestorm, good. Yeah, no, solid.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Can be updated to any era and still looks like a good design.
Yeah,
Solid.
Yeah.
Does what we were all talking about earlier with in terms of like pylons and shit.
it's the NX-01. Oh, don't get me wrong. I like the NX-01 design.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that it exists in that part of the timeline, but who cares?
Uh,
And I think I really love it. Where, like I mentioned it earlier, when there's I think it was planned at some point in the future to give it a refit where it gives it a secondary hull.
Yeah.
And that's been like mocked up now in like nice high res 3D versions, and it looks so good. It counterbalances some of the things that I wasn't a super big fan of it about. But I can understand if you really love the original design, that might be a bit much for you. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of the Firestorm. Obviously, there's a bunch of ships that have existed that kind of that are very similar to that.
Yeah,
but
honestly, that's fucking solid.
Yeah, no, I would love to see that like as a thing. Like, yeah.
The next destroyer, on the other hand,
who?
Unicels this time.
But one of them's higher than the other. That's just frustrating to look at.
Someone made a joke earlier about having one nacelle shorter than the other. This is kind of close to that with the pylons.
One of the nacelles is shorter than the other, I think.
Oh yeah, Grox is going to run the NX refit class in STO, but all with phaser cannons.
Yeah, I think this is just due to a mistake of like how they've put the image together, but I think one of these nacelles is actually shorter than the other. Yeah, this one's shorter than that one.
Oh.
Because yeah, you can. Let's fucking do this with this. Yeah, you can see.
The NX refit is canon because of Picard. Really?
Yeah, ever so slightly, that nacelle is longer. Yeah, that just. I mean, it doesn't get close to the awfulness of the really bad ones we've seen, but you know.
Oh, and they're off center too. Oh, nope. Leaving this.
Yep, no, don't like it. Bad.
Oh, hey, the Larson again.
We've got a refit version as well.
Also, Austin 316 said, "I'm going to whip your ass," or "I just whip your ass."
Yeah. Okay. Perhaps the best TOS style destroyer.
No.
Cheer for the two good
Literally,
loads.
the Firestorm is better.
Have you seen the EC Henry Pacific 201 ships? I've seen some of his stuff, like in relation to that. I haven't seen all of it because it's been a while since I checked in with any of that stuff. But it's interesting. He's a very, very talented 3D artist.
Yeah.
I have some disagreements with his design philosophy at times. I think he takes canon maybe a smidge more literal than canon is meant to be. But he is a very talented artist, and I would never want to take that away from him. And I think he's done some phenomenal stuff.
I get what they're trying to do with the two pylons for one nacelle, but I don't like it.
So we've got the Remora.
Okay.
You see, what I feel, it's never a good sign when you see a ship from 3 angles and you still have trouble working out what shape it is.
Yeah.
It's got like the side wings, like the what was it called? The really weird one with the nacelles in the middle at the back, in sort of a space in the back.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of got that kind of like wings on the side of the saucer thing, which again I don't think it's like entirely a bad thing, and it does balance out the single nacelle on top actually.
Yeah.
This is one where I would be interested to see like a proper 3D space version, because I think that might actually work, kind of. Like, I think the side wings are maybe a bit too bulky, but...
Yeah.
But it's weird. It is just weird.
Yeah, it's just weird. So any ships look like this, they just blame on the Andorians, apparently.
Sometimes
Tran has that sort of, sense of humor.
He's like, yes, we made the ship weird as a joke.
Actually, yeah, Tran was apparently rumored to join the crew of the Enterprise. I don't know how I feel about that.
I know it won't.
I know.
But if it's Jeffrey,
it's Jeffrey Combs. I know.
If it's Jeffrey Combs, I don't care. I want Jeffrey. The fact that, minor spoilers, he is in an episode of Lower Decks, not playing a character that you will expect. Like not playing a character he's played before. And I like when Jeffrey Combs is in Star Trek. He has to be in it at least a little bit for it to count as Star Trek.
Yeah.
And him as Shran is one of the bright spots of Enterprise.
Which is why I'm glad he shows up in Lower Decks.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not supposed to be a main character, just constantly reoccurring.
He auditioned for Riker. Which he said, in hindsight, it wasn't right for him anyway.
Yeah, no. I mean,
it's just, oh man, that would have been a different show.
He hit it so far out the park as Wei-Yun.
That they allowed him to be Brunt, Wei-Yun, and someone else in the same episode.
And that one other character that he played that appears for one episode and wants to see Kira's tits.
Of course, of course.
But yeah,
we're just avoiding talking about this ship.
This is again one where I don't mind it from the top or the front, but the side, the big flared things look just a bit weird from the side.
Yeah.
But I think that might be one of those things where some ships from extreme flat angles they look very strange because
see the little wings that pop off each side of the saucer.
Yeah.
Cut those off so you don't see them from the front view, and honestly, it'd be fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's amazing, but I'm totally fine with it. It's just a bit weird.
Janus.
Oh.
Cold shower. Oh, deck.
I was looking at the front and the top views are like, okay, it's weird, but then I looked at the side view and I'm like, oh god, it's got growths.
Yeah.
That's like they tried to
Did someone know what happened or what the information about the actor that played Decker and decided to just make this character assassination?
Why is it so lumpy? Why is it so
long and distended?
No, you know what this is? From the side, this looks like you got an AI art program and typed in "make a Federation ship."
Yeah. Even at that, it's
so
using
weird.
the same shapes over and over as if they're just flipping it 180 each time they go down a step in the fucking secondary hull.
That's so fucking just weird and it's not as bad as the other two. Those are the Royal Sovereign and was it Wellington?
Yeah. If Snipe is busy, do not interrupt them. But I just want them to see this and be like, "What the fuck am I looking at?"
Okay, Snipe. We would like your input for a second.
Oh fuck, really? Okay.
Yeah, we want to know what you feel about this ship. Yeah, you are going to have to come closer to truly appreciate it.
Make me use my legs like I'm some kind of city folk. Okay, so...
This is the side view, it's not like a render error, by the way.
I figured. So, in Maya or any other kind of 3D programmer, where you select a bunch of vertices and then you drag, but then the ones that you haven't deselected, pinch and pull and stretch unnaturally.
Yeah.
Someone did that to the Enterprise.
Yeah. It's pretty bad, ain't it?
It's a bit dwarf.
the derf.
No, I know what I fucking said. I'm painting, and the couch is too far away, and I can't move the couch, so I'm just kind of crouching like a gremlin on the floor.
You could have said, and we can take the 10 seconds to move the table closer.
It's too far.
Do you want to do that?
No.
That's a lie. Go and do it.
Give me a second, folks.
Don't you dare.
We're doing it.
No.
No, I don't like it when you do this.
Okay, I'm going to look forward to the next one and just... Oh god, yeah, it's a horrible one next. Fuck me, man.
I'd like to suffer.
The horror's just all the way down.
Thank you. That's my kink. Oh my god, this is so weird.
There you go.
I only wanted that. I only wanted that part of your cinema. You can have the rest of it.
Yeah, the Decker,
I
just...
just wanted those two bits. It's too close now. I don't like it.
Tough. Now it's there.
No, it's derf.
Anyway, we return. Decker, bad, but not as bad as the other two we've seen, so...
The designer needs to be Deckard.
Defiant, solid, powerful.
Just listening to say, I like to suffer, yeah, and the Snipe does that. Yeah, absolute horror with the next one, isn't it? I told chat it was awful when you were away.
Okay. Please tell the Deca class only operates with the Elita class.
No,
It's the Deca
Ilea
upside down.
class.
Ilea. It's just a Deca, but upside down.
I was joking. The Defiant is awesome. Destroyer? I would have just called it an attack ship rather than tried to give it a proper naval name.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like the Defiant a lot. Just 'cause of how there's just something.
It's a bunch of guns with warp nacelles strapped
Yeah.
on.
And it's just its designs, like it both feel. It's amazing how it feels Federation, despite not really sharing many design cues with them beyond like the bridge
they did a
shape.
really good. Even the way that they've put you got the bridge shape and the bits leading back with the pennants on it.
And that's
It's actually even at that the pennants are interesting because they're a bit more TOS-y than they are TNG or DS9. Like they use the old style delta rather than having the delta with a circle or the delta with a rectangle behind it.
Yeah, no, I like the Defiant a lot. It's cool shit.
It's an escort in the sense it escorts you out the battle with its cannons. Yeah.
What we got next? You know what this looks like? So, as you may know, I inflict upon myself a lot of weird shit from like UFO enthusiasts and things. This looks like some of
Are
the
you about to
weird.
get into fucking George Adamski again?
This looks like the sort of stuff you'll see in artwork from that kind of era.
Yeah.
Like just these weird shapes that fly.
It's like someone got himself a pasteur, but not like balls. Yeah. Kinda.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, see if you took the saucer off and put a sphere on the front, it would be kind of like the Olympic class.
You know, that's one of the very few models that wasn't made in-house. That was
it
like...
not?
Yeah, it was... If I remember rightly, it's someone on the cast, or in the crew, who built models, like, as well. He did it as a hobby as well. And he just built the thing that would be the Olympic class Pasteur. And he built that just for his own edification. It wasn't in just he made it up, and then when they needed a ship, he was like, and they were, I can't remember what they were originally going to use, and because they were like, oh, we need something that's supposed to be vaguely futuristic and we haven't seen, and I think he was like, well, I built this thing for a laugh. Would this work? And they were like, yes.
That's adorable.
I think that's roughly the idea.
Hey, hot take on the Genser class here.
It fucking sucks.
Well, yes, but see if you just took the entire secondary hull off. It wouldn't be too bad.
You know what I think would also improve it? If you took the entire saucer off.
Yeah.
Basically, if you take off the majority of some part of it, it's better. Which I feel is
You know
another
what?
way
I
of.
just realised. I think they've just slapped the bottom of an Aubert class onto that design.
You know, you might be right there, actually.
No, Samus, I like the Olympic class. It's fine. It harkens back to the old Daedalus class.
Yeah, I like the Olympic just fine. Griffin class escort is well, that's
It's a non-standard it's still a Federation design.
I would say it is an upside down next generation phaser.
Yes. Sorry, wait a minute. A non-standard Federation design that departs from the typical saucer-centric models. True. The Griffin is a good little escort mainly because it totes a torpedo, giving it an increased punch over other classes like the Genser. I'm sorry, fucking what?
This was an escort? Yeah, it's an
The
escort.
Genser doesn't have torpedo launchers.
Not that you can see. Maybe they're hidden in the shelf.
It's 180 meters long and 120 meters wide, and it doesn't have torpedo launchers. Yeah, no, it's only got phasers. What the fuck?
Well, why would you want a good ship? A single torpedo, no launcher, just a torpedo.
Gaystrand just mentioned it, but build when the... Oh no, that's a noise. Oh,
no. Oh no.
I hope so. Still here for whatever you're showing him. The Excelsior was, I think, said, what if the Enterprise was designed in Japan?
Okay.
And that's how the Excelsior came about. And I just like that story.
Okay. The Cygnus class is a thing that I have witnessed with my eyes. And you know when you stare at a shape for long enough that it starts to lose its cohesion and you start to understand it less?
Yeah.
It lacks the real glaring ugliness to put it in the same bracket as the Wellington or the Royal Sovereign, but it's still pretty bad. It does seem there was a weird obsession with making, like,
the size comparison chart's fucking hilarious.
Okay. It's, you know what?
It's just like the same length as a galaxy, but a saucer section that's maybe twice the size of an Excelsior, and a secondary hull that's the same width as an Excelsior.
It looks like a cartoon that's like someone who's in a horse race and they extend their neck to become in first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this weird obsession, I don't get it, of people wanting to make the saucer and the nacelles be so far away from each other on a really long secondary hull. Like, so many of the really weird designs from this era did that, but they never compensated for it. Like, if you can do that, but bring the nacelles further forward and then extend them out back, and then you'd balance that design out a lot more. Like, I don't know, it's just... It seems it's one of those things where there's so many of these where it's not like you sit down and you go, how do I fix this design, and you have to think about it. It's like, no, you sit there and you go, no, you do this, 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 and then that'll work. It's just peculiar to me how much of this is like, yeah. I don't mean to sound like a fucking like smug ass all about it. It's just peculiar to me how, why does this have so much lore? Why does this have so much lore? Why does this have more lore than literally everything else in this book?
I know.
What the fuck?
The next page has a Thoth class, which is just an ambassador, but slightly differently shaped. But Brad's comments are actually kind of shitty about the artist, so I'm not even going to read it. Oh, and there's a fucking... there's a good one that's next after the Thoth. I actually don't even mind the Thoth design because it's basically like trying to be a bit more conny about the ambassador. It's like fine.
What, the Northampton class?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I that's another one where I think like the from the above that's quite a fun shape, but like all of that kind of mass
are too long.
Yeah, all that mass being turned not just inwards. That'd be fine if it was turned inwards under the saucer.
Yep.
But because all the nacelles like start like here, like they're there.
Yeah.
So they're all like they start behind the saucer. That's so weird.
I don't even mind that. I don't know why you're going down that far from the saucer section before you actually get to the nacelles.
Yeah, it's a claw game.
Yeah.
It looks like it needs a Wii and it's holding it in.
I don't know why you do it like that, but okay.
Looks like a cargo tug.
Oh, your boy the Chandley is back. So I'm scrolling past that as quickly as I can, so I don't have to remember the Chandley.
Yeah, no, that's just not great. Okay. Oh, we actually have the some extra art for it, where apparently it is connected. Oh wow, that is the smallest connection possible between those two parts of the whole.
That point is. As someone who likes designing things like the sort of whole technical drawing thing, that bothers me.
Longfang, the next one's called the Babcock.
It is indeed.
The Babcock.
Babcock.
It's got the word cock in it. That's quite funny.
Yeah,
I don't hate it, but I don't like it either. I think the secondary hull's kind of weird and looks like it comes from a Trade Federation ship, especially from the side.
I don't. This one is like, it's fine. I don't hate it, but also don't like it. It's
You know-
just like in the middle of fan designs.
You know what this would strike me as like a utility kind of ship used in the Enterprise era.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
feel it
I
would
could see it
slot
being
in
used
nicely
for like
there.
hauling stuff to new colonies or something like that.
Oh, it's fucking huge as well, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I saw that image and I'm like, what the fuck? Also, again, look at the Connie refit there below it, and how far out the pylons go to the nacelles, and then look at the Babcock.
Yeah.
Why?
It's interesting, isn't it? Seeing these like weird little design cues that just they seem to just come from nowhere. And there's a Kiev class.
Seamus, the Federation don't really have they don't use runabouts and squadrons until the Dominion War, and that's like they're sort of pushed into service there,
They
along
have
with Peregrine fighters.
Yeah, they have the Peregrine fighters, although I don't think we ever really see anything on screen that really describes how those things are launched.
Yeah, I would imagine just a shuttle base is fine, but
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything that really got used as a carrier. I saw Slow mention earlier that galaxies were. I don't know if that's official canon or if that's just from books. Yeah, it's Kiev, but they spelt it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with that one. That one's all right. I think you know, I
Oh, and Brad's getting angry about massive ships.
Brad, these things aren't real, don't worry. Also, we've established that FASA just we're talking shit the whole time, so like
DS9 technical manual describes wartime refit galaxies as carriers. There we go.
Okay.
Job done. I mean, it would make sense. The galaxy's fucking huge. Has plenty of space.
yeah, this is very aptly named. That is what I'm feeling right now.
Yes. It's also spelled like the character in Final Fantasy X too, which is hilarious to me.
Yeah, which is.
Oh wait, that's with a Y, isn't it? I don't remember.
I do not commit that amount of my brain space to Final Fantasy X too, and see Hypnodisc. This ain't great.
Great at all.
Again, this would be totally fine. Did they not have this obsession with trying to get the saucer and the nacelles as far apart from each other as humanly possible? I do not know why. Why they just keep doing this?
Especially when anytime you see an image of like a warp field bubble, it's a bubble, like it's an oval around the ship. Why would you raise the oval higher?
Thank you very much, Penguin Sentinel, for the subscription, 41 months. Thank you very much. It is
also, sorry, I noticed we're still at $316. I'm going to stomp a mud hole in this. I don't fucking know.
By the way, I hope everyone appreciates the edit I did to Warpath for this stream.
Goth noticed that, I don't know.
Yeah. I spent the customary minimum amount of time humanly possible on it. Because I could do these things with like real effort and like grace, but I feel that it kind of ruins the idea if they're done well.
Yeah.
The pain is quite bad, but again, doesn't quite hit the same heights as those two real bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there wasn't the saucer, it'd be a good alien ship.
Honestly, yeah.
It would look. You know, actually, oh shit, what does this look like? If you took the saucer off, I think it's the the name's falling out of my head now. It begins with K. An alien race from the Orville. It looks like one of the. I think it looks like one of their fighters. Kree.
I am of no help in that. I know what the pain class reminds me of.
Krill. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that nightmare transformer image there, guys.
Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely a thing.
Still bad.
Let me see it again. That's just a little ship.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine as a generic spaceship, but that is not a Federation ship by any stretch of the imagination.
Four crew. Wait, how big is a Corvette usually? Because 4 crew is a bit fucking weird.
Yeah, it's only 22 meters long, so it's tiny. Would work well as a Bajoran. Yeah, I could see that.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, it's
That's not a Corvette. It's a long-range shuttle. I agree.
Yeah.
Do they blame this one on the Andorians as well?
No, this is just weird.
Okay.
I'd probably have stronger opinions on it if I could tell what I was looking at.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm having legitimate trouble figuring out what this is.
I agree. Another.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. You okay there?
Yeah. I've got to the solar class cutter.
Yeah. As I would say, non-Starfleet, that would work.
Yeah. Yes, this is a separatist dreadnought.
Yeah.
I get, you know. Oh no, you know what this looks like? It looks a little like the big frigates they have in the Starship Troopers movie, because they have like the engine pods at the back, like that.
Yeah. I was thinking of like a trade freighter or something.
From the
Like,
front, from the front, if you lower the engines down a bit, it looks like what is it? Slave? Is it Slave 2? The one that's a flying brick.
Yeah.
I always forget which, because he had like 4 of the damn things, and I always forget what everyone past the fire spray is, because the fire spray is the only good looking one.
Agreed.
But yeah,
run about. Always love to run about.
good on Danube class. Yeah, no, solid design. Always liked him.
What? IRL Navy works like this: escort, corvette, frigate, destroyer, cruiser, heavy cruiser, battleship, dreadnought. So their classification of that previous ship being a corvette is just no.
Because it's not big enough to be an escort. It was 22 meters long, right?
Something like that.
A runabout is 23.
Yeah. Runabout is also not an escort. It's a puddle jumper.
Yeah. It's a shuttle. It's the little shuttle that could.
I do love the idea, and I think it's kind of put into practice a little bit, but not really in the show for the sake of budget. But it was meant to be the back section where like the seats and everything are, was meant to be modular.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love that idea.
I also like how the only time you see these back windows is in like an episode of TNG.
Yes.
Because I quite like it that it's got this like bay window at the back.
Yeah,
It's just kind of cute about that. I like
And
it.
that's where like there's just a big dining table sort of set up and everything.
Yeah.
I like it, honestly.
Honestly, a runabout, like if you're not being hunted by, the Borg or whatever, if it's just like one of you, one or two of you, like a Danube class seems like quite a pleasant place to exist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like they're little, but they're pleasant. Nelson class scout is we've seen this kind of thing before. Identical carbon, because it's a carbon copy of the Saladin, so yeah.
Yeah, it's a Saladin, but it's got the 2 nacelle prongs rather than the 1.
Yeah, so it's like, well, it's and it doesn't have the deflector dish on a little thing. So
yes, thank you.
I guess I'm trying to think. I guess I marginally like it more than the Saladin.
What about you fucking?
It's back. Oh, and somehow it looks worse. Good.
Yeah, right. Wait a minute, I'm just going to scroll down and see if the original FASA drawings are there. They're not. Okay. Oh.
From the front, it kind of looks like it's a pagoda on casters.
I just saw the next one.
Yeah. Again,
you know the long conversations we've been having of why are you putting the nacelles so far away from the fucking saucer?
that's a bird standing up and it's wearing snowshoes.
I don't know what they were thinking on this one.
What the
Cisco wept.
What the piss am I looking at?
This artist's pat is unclean.
Yes. Huh. Yeah, Keith, you're weird, man. Keith, you're so weird. It was so weird. I didn't even acknowledge that this ship is called Keith. Like that.
Yeah. You couldn't. How could you get to the fucking name when you saw the bastard thing from the front.
The fact its name is Keith is the least peculiar thing about it. I still think the other ones are worse than this because they're messier. But this is pretty bad.
I don't know if chat could hear it, and I don't know if you could hear it. I just whispered, "Oh fuck," under my breath.
What is that for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I just want to see. I just want to have a quick look to see if I have to do the stupid thing and search for fucking Keith class. I was just having a quick look to see if anyone's like made a 3D model of it to see, and it doesn't.
And I tried to like clean it up and refine it.
I don't think so. A quick look at the memory beta page. Yeah, no, it's only got the one picture.
Got the FASA image.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
the same
no.
one, yeah. Yeah, no, that's.
Apparently, Geyser Tans is like keeping an eye out for these things for us, I think. So thank you, Geyser Tans.
Yeah, no, thank you.
You're a good egg. Now brace.
Okay.
I mean, it is about as ugly as its namesake is deserved, so you know.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's pretty rough. Ooh, that's. What is all this? What are all these shapes? This is not how. What? That's not how Federation ships look ever. Oh.
This one is quite happy to see us. Yeah, the side view certainly looks like that. It's rather engorged.
I think it is still mildly better than the other two, though.
Not by much.
Not by much.
Picking the lesser of like several fucking horrendous evils. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What were you trying with this one?
It's real bad. I don't know. What? I don't mean to keep like harping on this, but like you can clearly see design principles at play, and it's asymmetrical, but whatever.
Clearly, there was like a thought in the design of like organic and kind of stretched out ships.
Like, where are they getting all of this design language from? That's like entirely manifested here.
It had to be the galaxy.
But like, the galaxy looks good.
Yes, you're right.
And we see other things of the galaxy, and if anything, the galaxy is
I'm not even like the biggest fan of the galaxy class design. I don't. It's too. I don't know the scale of like saucer to drive section.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I get it.
Like, if anything, the galaxy is squat, like in its proportions, because its saucer is yes, yeah. Its saucer is wider than it is long, so it's kind of squished down from the traditional like look, and it's got short nacelles, so it's quite stubby. Like in terms of sheer size, it's massive, but like in proportions, it's quite stubby. And these all go.
It actually says it. Like many of FASA's Federation ships from the TNG Officer's Manual, the Moscow is an attempt to emulate the swooping, organic look of the Galaxy class.
They failed.
They failed hard.
They just failed. It doesn't. I think they take the organic idea and like it's the Galaxy class wasn't organic in the sense that
it just had curves.
It was just curved. It was aerodynamic. It was designed like a luxury car. As opposed to a more utilitarian, like hard-edged thing. And later on, they went for a more hard-edged thing, and that's when you started getting the more elliptical, like pointy saucers and things.
Dinsdale, I wouldn't agree with the idea that the people that were designing these ships limited themselves to saucer hull nacelles, because we've seen some shit already that does not really subscribe to that.
Yeah, no. The Moscow's bad, and it is only not one of the worst ones because the two that are worse than it are.
Also, we can make a dick joke out of it. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, are spectacularly bad, and this one merely looks like, you know what it is? It's like it's, you know, there's that like creepy like picture of like Thomas the Tank Engine's face crawling out from the actual the actual tank, the actual train. It's like a Nebula class was sitting on its haunches, and then someone came up to it, and its entire saucer stretched out front and saying, "Are you fucking talking to me?"
Yes. Yeah.
Or you what, mate? Like, you know. That's my nightmare. The nightmare. Look, some ships we just decided to design wrong as a joke. Thank you, Starfleet. Thank you very much for the $9. Thank you.
I'm looking
It's very
forward
much
to your
appreciated.
thoughts on the next one.
Oh yeah, okay. That one was pretty.
Oh, tell you what. Oh, you're already at it.
Oh.
Now, does actually say that this is submitted to Brad from someone called Glenn, who was making, like, gave it a Connie saucer section, but then everything else is an original design, which I respect.
You know what? They are, at least everything there is at least its own thing. Like, these are weird ideas. Like having these, I presume these are like solar panels up here. But at least they are their own ideas.
Or like some sort of different deflector array, because the front end doesn't look like it has one.
You know what? Fair play. Like, I don't like it, but I think there is the nucleus of
An idea there.
of an idea there.
Yeah.
Like these little like downward facing like slightly angled things, they're almost like an inverted version of like Voyager's warp. Like in warp position, and these like panels up here, you could definitely do something with that, I guess.
Yeah.
Make something that has kind of like the Nebula's pod on top, but give it a more conventional
Hold on.
underslung shape.
I just read some of the notes on the ship design with the shocking revelation of a Klingon D-32. Sorry, what?
Oh, what the fuck is a Klingon D-32? A stronger bird, apparently.
It's literally just a bird of prey. But bigger, probably. Okay.
99% of the weird ship designs were leaked to the Klingons to confuse them. It was intended to make their reaction time slower because they did not know what was in front of them. With all those not used designs. So the Burrell from Undiscovered Country, yeah. Because it's the whole thing of that there are two like birds of prey. They had multiple things that were the same size. But yeah, I've never heard it referred to as a D-32 before. Because we heard like Burrell and just birds of prey.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day.
Because there is another D designation for one bird of prey. That's a bigger version of just a standard one.
Yeah, it's when they just use the same model for the bigger ones in TNG because they needed them to be at least a threat to the Galaxy
Personally,
class.
I also just like that there being different sizes of bird of prey. It's like it's the Klingons version of the AK-47 where they just scale it up and down depending on what they need.
Yeah. But yeah, the Clark class, at least it's doing something different.
No, it is doing something different. I don't personally like it, but I get where they're going.
Oh, here we go. We're back onto form here.
Yeah, sell it. I don't hate it. I don't like it either.
Yeah, it feels like it's an attempt to make to try and bring in the sweeping lines thing again, but using Excelsior like as a base.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I don't really like it, but also I don't hate it. Although how far back the
Pylons?
I mean, I guess is this an underside view or a topside view? It's a topside view because you can see it's got this bit here. So what the fuck is this?
I don't know. I was trying to work it out as well.
Is it? It's got a secondary, bigger deflector. Oh no! You know what that is? You know how like some animals have like eyes on them, so that predators think they're a bigger animal. It has a bigger deflector dish painted on the back, so people think it is. So its enemies think it's a bigger ship.
To scare away predators. Yeah,
it scares away predators. The Ranger, yeah, we saw that before. It looks like the component of a bigger thing.
Yeah, I don't hate. Again, it's the fucking why are the pylons always so far away from the fucking saucer?
It's a ball, isn't it?
It's a ball.
It's just a ball. Yeah, it's just a ball. It's a ball.
All hail orb.
All hail orb.
I want you to know, by the way, in the Star Trek Online streams I've been doing, I have made sure when one appears to say "All hail the weird alien cactus."
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, just a defense station. So yeah,
An Alamo class? Oh, that's cursed. That will always fall.
yeah, that thing.
Explode.
That thing ain't gonna go so. Yeah, that's in line with the kind of things they do. Yeah. These things.
Yeah. Oh, Earth Space Dock. Such a good design. Sorry.
So that's the next one. Yeah, Earth Space Dock looks great.
It's a ball, aka a sensible shape for a pressure vessel like a spaceship would be. Yes, it's also boring.
Oh, there's a Samson again.
Yep. At least I've actually called it a tug this time rather than a warp tender.
Yeah. Oh, here you can see something you don't see very often. This is how baby spaceships are born. Here you can see it extending its proboscis, containing its
dilithium resin.
I was going to say seminal fluid.
Star Trek Adventures mini space dock is also neat. Good. I also like the Starbase 1, I think it's called, in Strange New Worlds. With the different like biome areas. Remember we saw the one that had all the fucking forest and lakes in it? Great.
Yeah. We've got a Pearl class, which is just a mobile repair facility, which is...
fine.
Yeah, it's a box you put around things and it repairs them. Okay.
Fine.
A Greyhound class warp shuttle.
Oh. If that was a Vulcan design, I'd be more okay with it.
Yeah. Strange looking and unarmed. This warp shuttle doesn't really have much purpose in the game either, other than as a plot device.
Wow, harsh.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, Solo was showing me they have a sort of less fancy version of a space dock in Star Trek Adventures RPG. I like it in terms of that it's basically the mushroom shape of ESD, but then you cut off the stem of it. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Vulcans are part of the Federation, you're right. We didn't say they weren't. The Vulcans do their own design sometimes, is what I was meaning.
Usually when we see Vulcans, they are either on board Federation ships that use the general Starfleet aesthetic, or they are on board their own ships that have their own design language.
Like rust red, and ring drives. Pulsar class warp shuttle. Yeah, fine. Because red ones go faster. Yeah. I always imagine it's like the Vulcans are just like, it's more logical just to stick with the ring engines because they work.
I assume because of these windows here that this is the front on this side. But I kind of think this would look better going backwards. You know, it's a liberator thing.
If you spun around the cells 180 degrees, yeah. Weird. Warp shuttle. Again, they've done that thing where it would look better the other way around.
If this
the Galaxy class and the cells on the shuttle look off.
Yeah, you got to change the proportions of them a bit. Like maybe make the make these like I think they're like cooling rings or something that are there. Like maybe make those be a bit bigger, because you don't, when you make mechanical things smaller, you don't just scale them down. Certain parts have to become bigger or smaller proportionally because of the way the tech works. So it looks weird when you just do it, you know.
Yeah. Run about the cells, even just the fucking Type 9 shuttle in the cells, or Type 6, or whatever the fuck it is in TNG. Type 7? There's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
There's a tiny one that was called the Elbaz, which is adorable and also really dorky looking. Oh, boy.
I'll forgive this one a bit because it's clearly made in MS Paint.
Let's not say that again.
This is probably made a bit longer.
Okay, this is someone that actually made it out of foam, though. You made a model of it, so respect.
Okay, that's legit quite fun.
I don't hate. I honestly don't hate it. I don't know. See if the sort of AWACS bit on the top of it was a an AWACS dome. I think it would look slightly better. Klingons or space orcs very no, they're not. Oh, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Next.
Cochrane class colonial transport.
Don't hate it.
The single nacelle underneath is a bit strange, but
yeah,
also,
no, I would have just put a nacelle on each side.
But then saying that, I actually don't mind it because unlike a lot of single nacelle things, it's got enough other things going off. Because I think the problem with the single nacelle is usually that the nacelle, from a design perspective, dominates it and makes it look off kilter. Whereas because this has got so much other things going on, the nacelle's just a bit of it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Klingons have too much culture and intelligence to be Trek orcs. Yeah. Trek orcs would more be like the pack lads, I guess. Not. Actually, yeah, we'll stick with that and not say anything about anything.
If you thought the pack lads, if you watched them in TNG and went, what would it be like if rather than them being comic relief, we took them seriously? Watch Lower Decks.
A bunch of fucking scavengers and cutthroats.
Watch the Lower Decks. I love what they did with the pack lads. This is just a worse version of the thing we just looked at.
Yeah, pretty much. We're getting thin on the ground now.
Yeah, we're getting right at the end. Very close to the end.
Oh, they still have nightmares to show us, though.
Ooh, the Mocal.
What is... Oh, it's not a tug, it's a pusher. Fuck off. Fuck off.
A bit weird, but like... Its weirdness is mostly down to the utility of what they were trying to make it be, so... Yeah.
Another transport vessel. Well, this has claws on it. This actually, at least, I think, looks like it has claws. Fine.
Okay, the Kethkin is another one where I am having trouble processing how this would look in 3D space from those three images. I'm
looking forward to seeing the next one, because, like, side view, fine, top view, front view.
So it's flat, and then it's got, like, a kind of Miranda-style, like, roll bar pod thing. And then a single nacelle underneath.
Oh, wait, no. If this is, like, just towing, like, a cargo tug around, like, a space dock or something, the roll bar, the bit at the top of the roll bar might just be the bridge.
Yeah, it might be.
And then you've got the claw pieces for grabbing. You could have done it without even having a sort of saucery bit on it.
Sorry.
The Liberty class.
No, I was just reading the notes on this. The FASA designers also screwed up badly during the original process of the stats of the ship because they listed the Kethkin as having 2 warp engines when the ship clearly possesses 1 warp nacelle. I have corrected the stats accordingly. Brad, I could go off you.
Yeah, remember when you, like, noticed mistakes in Lexicanum but decided just to be like, oh, that's weird, and then went on with your life? Yeah, Brad doesn't seem like that type.
Oh, well done, fucking big brain Bradders here. I would say, like you're saying, oh, they messed up. It's like, I'm not being funny, but so many of the bits of artwork that they have are inaccurate to themselves. So, you know.
Lochnar Derf earlier.
Yeah. The Liberty class is certainly a thing. It's got an ass on it, for sure.
Fluid retention problems, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, what is going on? Why does this thing have such an ass on it? Like... Yeah, Secondary hull looks vast and roomy. You aren't fucking kidding. There's fucking auditoriums down there.
Why does a freighter need a saucer? Correct. I mean, if you want it to be a Starfleet thing, fine, but there's better designs and ways. Like, you didn't have to have the secondary hull look that fucking ridiculous. Hell, the Ptolemy class was just clamped onto cargo, like, big cylinders, like tankers, and just flew away with it. Like,
It's back. We got ourselves a derf. We be derfing. We
all
be
day.
Derfing all day, derfing all night. Can't help but be derfing. It does disappoint me slightly that they got the artwork the wrong way around. Because I think
It was the schematics were the wrong way
the
around.
schematics were the wrong way around. Because I think I do prefer the nacelles not being cross-eyed. Although I am looking at it now from the front, and I am seeing like a weird little frog alien, like with a very flat head.
Yes.
And now I love it again.
It looks like a flump. Yeah.
Yeah, big flump energy. Yeah. What we have established above all else is that we all love Durf, correct? Everyone loves Durf?
Yes. Durf good.
Durf good. Durf good. We have established this. God, where? Mbenga class hospital ship, which
How dare you sully the name of Dr. Mbenga like this?
Again, why do you feel the need to make the nacelles and the saucer be so far apart? Who hurt you? Why did you start doing this? Just remove this bit entirely, put the nacelles there, and then it'd look fine. I mean, it wouldn't.
It's flatten it down and remove the like weird space between the saucer and the secondary hull.
What possessed them? It's legitimately really starting to bother me. Like, they keep doing this bit right here, and it messes up so many of their designs, and I don't know where they got it from. This isn't a thing on Federation ships. This is a thing on, like, Klingon ships and Romulan ships.
Good news for you. What good news for you?
Is this the last design?
Yup.
Okay, so we've got
going out on a high?
Yeah, shit, we've been doing this for 4 hours. and like 16 minutes. Fuck me. Okay, so I'm going to put this to a poll on Twitter to decide, because you go Wellington, and I probably do Via on Royal Sovereign.
I'm going to say Royal Sovereign's worse. I've decided Royal Sovereign.
Oh, are we going Royal Sovereign then? That's officially the worst one.
Yep.
Okay. So, what do we think the best one was of like the new ones? Apart from Durf, obviously, like that goes onto a tier of its own.
Strong. I can't think.
There was that one. I can go through the one where it shows you all of them very quickly.
Yeah, sure. Fuck, actually, yeah, good idea.
Because there was that one that we saw, the Firestone, that we were like, that's just a nice solid design. Yeah, I'd be able to say that's from the ones we've seen, that's probably our favorite. Like, obviously,
it's definitely one of the strongest we saw.
If we're talking about like our favorite ships in all of Star Trek, well, we did a whole podcast talking about the best ships in Star Trek some time ago now, and you can listen to it on YouTube.com. Look for Men with Funny Heads, and it is the best ships in Star Trek. And we talk about all of them and complain about how people voted for the wrong ones constantly.
Because they don't know what's fucking good for them. And they let us both down. And I think all of the ones that we really wanted, like, I think most of them got knocked out. I can't actually remember. It's been so long ago. I can't remember what got number one in the end. I'm going to go ahead and say something neither of us wanted.
Snipe, I can't hear you.
William Riker?
Oh, he came first.
He got number one.
Okay.
Oh, come on!
Good work, dear.
Hey.
The vote was rigged. The Excelsior.
I mean, it's a fucking strong ship.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah, the Klingon bird of prey one. Okay, yeah, actually, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm okay.
yeah, no,
yeah,
I'm
I was
fine with
okay
that,
with
I'm
that.
fine with
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
the bird of prey is probably my favorite
It
non-Federation
is
ship.
one of the most iconic ships in sci-fi at this point.
Yeah, no. But yeah, so Firestorm, the best one, and the worst one, the Royal Sovereign. We'll pull that up just for anyone that missed that part of the stream. And it's taking me a bit longer.
You okay there?
No, I'm just remembering it again.
You're gonna have to nick those pictures so you can put it on Twitter so
I am,
other people.
because, I'm going to be honest with you. I might actually be swinging the other way now. I might actually think the Wellington's worse. Shit, I don't know. I don't know actually anymore.
Right, the Wellington's got that suddenly really thin neck that's horrendous.
I think I remembered the Royal Sovereign as being worse than it actually was, but then, but now I'm looking at them like both next to each other. I'm like, yeah, Wellington might actually be worse. Like it's you know what? We'll put this to a Twitter vote and we'll let people decide.
Hey chat, just so you know, I have now in my possession the Klingon, Romulan, and Gorn, which is I think all fan made. The Gorn one anyway. Ship. Books.
So if you'd like to see us go through those, let us know and we'll do that at a later date.
Shout at us on Twitter.
And say nice things, because normally when people shout at me on Twitter, it's for very boring reasons.
True.
But yeah, no. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. It lasted for 4:20 apparently. We can talk about how we feel about Star Trek ships.
It's easier than playing games sometimes, just for us to just spill fucking bullshit about Star Trek.
Yeah, like honestly, I love doing streams like this. They're great fun. You know, like, and if we do it again, I will rebrand the thing to be a Men with Funny Heads branded, because I guess this is sort of this is as close to a Men with Funny Heads podcast as we've done in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Thank you for coming. That was a lot of fun to do. We should look for someone to raid.
And I'll very quickly say that I'll see you within the next 15 hours or so on my stream, playing Star Trek Online as we take my stream chat as bridge officers and bold to go where my dumb arse has never gone before.
Excellent. Do you have anyone in your list? Because I always forget to follow.
It's fucking empty. What the fuck?
Yeah, so's mine. Does anyone have a good thing? Or we could look for what game? We can just go and look, because I've been doing this occasionally, just raiding random people, because it's.
Do me a favor and don't look at Star Trek Online. It's depressing.
No.
I have consecutively been number one in that category.
Well, that's fine. Like you know.
No, it's not fine.
It means you're the most well known for it.
Oh yeah, I should probably get in contact with Cryptic and just be like, hey, give me a bunch of in-game money.
I am the only one. But yeah, who is this person? Weird Suit.
Keith is a Brit who moved to Sweden. I don't really know much else about the variety streamer.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We got 36 people currently watching him, so.
Their setup is also way more professional than mine, and it's giving me the fucking bad feels.
Oh man, that is like a. I mean, look at. My setup is a hastily made Photoshop of putting ears on Warpath.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Penguin. Literally, I just want to go to them and be like, "Hey, Cryptic, I'm streaming this game. Give me ships. Give me all the ships I want."
No one else is streaming. Do it. Yeah, I keep meaning to. It's one of the big goals. I keep meaning to. I keep fucking forgetting about it. Of completely rehauling all of our
It's a lot
stuff.
of work when you get down to it.
Oh, it is. It's so much work.
I want to see all fucking 30 odd of you in that raid list. By the way, fuck you all. Sleep doesn't matter. Go say hi from us.
But anyway, yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you for everyone that donated, and thank you, everyone. And I'm now going to start the raid because they've just put a puppy on screen, and you all need to go see it. So, goodbye, and you all take care of each other.
Goodbye.
Hey.